We're live?
We are live. Hello, everybody.
Live.
Terry's live from an undisclosed location in witness protection.
Pretty much.
Yes. Yeah. The voice changer will be added at a later date.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
How y'all doing tonight?
Can't complain so far. How about yourself, man? I know you've been doing a lot of shows and stuff lately, staying busy.
Yeah, doing a lot of work, doing a lot of prepping and planning and show running, doing a lot of refereeing as well, and doing a lot of traveling. So I have some very exciting shows coming up. One in particular that I'd like to simply plug right now. If you are in the Washington, Indiana area, coming out and see me referee at the Elite Pro Wrestling Show at the National Guard Armory in Washington, Indiana, this upcoming Saturday. I will see you there. Yeah. John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, that's my name too.
Yeah.
And Chris, what have you been up to lately, man? I know you've been working a lot.
That's about it. Working, kicking ass, smoking grass. Oh, where is Washington, Indiana? I'm vaguely know where that is. I think Southern Indiana, or is it near Indy?
Mm-hmm. More southwestern. It's do you know where Vincennes is? In between
I do.
Vincennes and Evansville.
Ah, okay. So yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's about 2 hours from here, an hour and a half, maybe.
Well, come on over.
Yeah, but then I have to go to Indiana. God, I mean, I know you hate it bad enough having to go to Indiana.
Dude, I drove 2.5 hours to see one of Terry's shows. Probably one of the best shows I've ever seen.
Yep.
So who's wrestling on that show? What promotion? Anybody we know?
Yeah. Brian Pillman Jr.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And one half of the Naturals from Total Nonstop Action. Chase Stevens will be in the house. Matter of fact, Washington, Indiana is Chase Stevens' hometown.
Who is the other Natural?
Andy Douglas.
Andy Douglas. What? When were they in TNA? Back in the original days, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I was going to say, I was like, wait a minute. They were there when it was like Jeff Jarrett and first starting out, yeah. When it was NWA TNA.
Hey, Emily. Hey, Wankaroo.
Wankaroo says, any rational human being knows Z-Man destroyed all alien life and dumped the Thetans onto Earth, and that's what you simpletons call souls. And he has recently changed his YouTube icon to a picture of our Lord and Savior L. Ron Hubbard.
Did he really?
Yes, he did. That's interesting.
Is this not the most? Is that a sarcasm channel I detect there?
I don't know exactly what that means.
You know what it is? That Scientology lady used you to get other members. She's like, this Jacob guy's pretty Russian, has good rationale and not. I'll steal some of his people who'll be like, well, yeah, they don't seem so bad. And then that's what happened. They recruited over your head.
Oh, yeah, no. They're like, Jake talks to flat earthers. He talks to time travelers. I bet we could get in here.
See, what it was is they pretended to recruit the point guard, but they were really going after the center.
Yeah. Oh, so how should we tackle this tonight? Where do you guys want to?
Well, you just want to bring it up. So, I was gonna say I should have got some articles or clips together so you could pull them up on the screen to show people, hey, those balloons that were shot down allegedly, those other things. There's been articles on Drudge and everything about the uptick in UFO or UAPs, unknown aerial phenomena. It doesn't mean it's alien. Doesn't mean it's our government. Could be Chinese. Could be Russians, Iranians, Israelis, North Koreans, whoever. Or it could be alien. Could be, we don't know. Could be old technology, time traveling. It could be anything. Or it could be a hologram. But the balloons that were flown over the, United States, allegedly China's, which I think one of them probably was shot down over Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And then they come out and say, oh, yeah, we had several of those things during Trump's presidency fly over, and there was really not much we could do. They flew over South America, North America, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of been in the news lately. You've also had more of the Navy releasing their information they have over the last several years, of course, about their studies and the tic-tac-toe incident, with all the different phenomena they couldn't keep up with, and objects or machines or whatever they are were moving so fast and that couldn't possibly be humans in them. So either unmanned or another species, who knows? So it's just kind of been in the lexicon, as they say lately.
I think I can point to 2 times where there has been a rise in UFO sightings, and I would say it was during World War II, and I would say recently since the Tic Tac event. And I think the recent activity around it is because the people of notoriety that are coming forward with their stories, they have a lot more merit than people.
Navy pilots and shit are doing it now.
It's not your average farmer that says, I found crop circles when I woke up, because for some reason the farmer is not considered legitimate. He's not as good as the Air Force.
And in the general public, but not in our minds, I'll trust the farmer over a government agent.
Consider the source, as they say.
Oh yeah. For some reason, we always do that with topics. We consider somebody to have more merit than somebody else. So and they assume that other people can't speak on a topic.
Well, and I get it, because I'm going to trust Terry's knowledge of professional wrestling or your knowledge of mixed martial arts over a random person who doesn't watch the product of either.
True.
Stuff like that. I can see the point of trusting the source. But
so yeah, you're absolutely right. As a professional wrestling referee, I know absolutely nothing about aliens or UFOs or balloons or anything like that. So what I'm saying here tonight is just merely speculation. So but that's the fun part, and I think that's what makes the Jacob Waters shows just so great. We have this kind of fun here.
Well, and think about it. And a lot of those guys have egos, and that's the problem with the UFO conspiracy or ghost hunter or whatever, Bigfoot. You throw any of those topics, they all get tanked into one, which they really shouldn't, but that's another story. But what it is you'll have guys on there that have a huge ego, and it's like, oh no, I'm the definitive voice on UFOs. Bill, what's his face from Alien Hunters? He's a joke. Or the guy, or Giorgio. No, Giorgio is not the best. You always have those people who think they're better. It's like, dude, it's all speculative. So nobody is better than anybody. Some guys are better at relaying the message or entertaining.
And the guy that says, I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
That's Giorgio.
Is that put out there to, make fun of the community that, just really legit is, seriously interested in this? Like,
it should be scientific instead of entertainment.
Right. Well, yeah, right. I mean, at the same time, I've been a lifelong observer of the night sky. I love looking at the stars. When I was in junior high school, I made my own star charts for our science fair project and received the most honorable mention for it. It's something that I absolutely love. I can tell you the difference in between a satellite and an airplane or a helicopter.
Yeah, same.
I can tell you the difference in between a star and a planet.
Yep, same here.
Yeah.
I've had a telescope since I was like 5 or something.
Yeah. I went and saw the Great American Eclipse and was absolutely flabbergasted.
Right down my way, just west of here.
It was one of the most spiritual experiences of my entire life, and I have the videotape to prove it.
Were you crying?
One thing that I was just absolutely fascinated by that is the fact that I could see the planet Venus right next to the eclipse that was going on. So you picture this. not only are you seeing the eclipse,
I
but
remember
you are
that. You're
seeing
right.
the
You're
planet
right.
Venus.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're seeing the planet Venus in the daytime sky when it should be like 12 noon.
Yeah, because the sun, was blocked out. It was like, whoa.
Right,
I
right.
remember.
You are literally seeing space in the daytime. It is the most mind-boggling experience to me that I've ever had, and I'm very much looking forward to the next eclipse.
We have one coming. We have one coming up not too far from now.
Yeah.
I can't remember when, but
The other thing, back with when we were talking about ancient aliens, is I really feel like they do discredit to the whole field, because they go ancient alien theorists say, like, so they don't have to have any merit behind what they're saying. Like they kind of take a cop out. They go, people that believe in this say this, and they're not backing it up with anything after that. It's kind of just theorized.
I know I do like the shows because of the guest. Now, Bill.
Good guess.
Oh,
Whoa.
Hello, Mr. President's here.
Hello, Michael.
It's only 2023.
2023.
Well, in theory. Ancient alien spokesperson Jacob Waters says, Mr. President. But you know what I mean? Like, some of the guests are good. Like Nick Pope, the former defense minister for Britain or whatever. People that are like, give it some credibility as far as like where people can't just go, well, this is some crazy redneck like me from Kentucky. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. They'll listen to the guy with the British accent who was in the defense ministry. So I get the idea of the.
I think Pope was bought out though, but I do think he had good qualifications going into it. I think Pope was bought out though.
Well, I'm not debating whether he was or not. I'm just saying that at least, and it's not just him, but there are good. Linda Moulton Howe, I liked her. There's some decent people on there. Because hers is more like she's the basis of Jodie Foster for Contact, with the SETI program and all that, which is a great program.
Mm-hmm. True. So, Michael, we're talking about UFOs tonight. I know you wanted to get in on this a little bit. What do you got for us on those? What you think about maybe the balloon incident going on? Or just the sudden rise in what people are seeing in UFOs and AEPs, is that the other term for them?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's probably truth to some of it, and there's probably a lot of bullcrap too. It's obviously a mix of both, but I think that what we probably have to look out for most is when the government starts saying, "Hey, there's UFOs. There are UFOs. There are aliens. There's all this stuff going on, and we've captured it." And this kind of thing, we have to really start, I think, being careful, because people are going to try to co-opt this stuff for political purposes, and it has nothing to do with any of that. So.
Just like the Patriot movement got co-opted and numerous other movements, no doubt.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff gets co-opted for political.
The hippie movement of the 60s. That's why they planted Manson there. So, hey.
Wasn't it in the last 2 years that the government basically made a public announcement about UFOs?
Within the last 4 years, they officially said, yes, we are studying them. They released all that Project Blue Book, documents, and the video, the Tic Tac.
Yeah, and at the time, there were all of these memes that said, yeah, the U.S. government just admitted that UFOs and aliens are real, and nobody cares.
Right. Nobody cares. No.
Right, yeah, it's the biggest headlines ever. Aliens are real. UFOs exist. And after all these years, it's all true. No one cares.
What's funny is all the years of covering up and Men in Black, and it's fake. It's not real. It's nothing. Not saying, but like Mr. McIntosh says what's real and what's not. When they start admitting it, and we know Project Bluebeam with holograms and the Phoenix lights and various other things they've done, how do we know what's real and what's fake, or what's in other countries? Their Project Blue Books, their HARP, their whatever they got.
My question is this: does no one care because the programming worked? You know,
yeah, everybody's distracted by the thing I'm holding to talk into this show on.
Right, like Unsolved Mysteries and Sightings, and just all these shows after shows after shows, and program after program after program. Of course, we all know that all of these UFOs are real, and there's aliens, and all of these sightings, and unsolved mysteries that we have absolutely no idea. Now they come out and say, yes, it's absolutely real.
And nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Except, well, not nobody, but the general public. Yeah, general public doesn't seem to care.
Yeah.
When they start claiming it as
and on
theirs,
top of that, here's one other question. If they did care, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Yeah, right.
What were you saying, Michael?
But you're going to sit in your bedroom and talk on Zoom and StreamYard and on YouTube, and that's what you're going to do.
What were you saying, Michael, about it being theirs?
Well, when any group, party, politician, whoever starts kind of claiming ownership of the UFO phenomenon as though they're the be-all, end-all of everything to do with it, you kind of have to really be skeptical because, this subject is way bigger than any government, any country, any person, any political party, any of this stuff. And they're going to try to do that. They've already been trying to do that. You see, for example, if you look at my history on talking about the subject online, you'll find that immediately people started attacking me and trying to discredit what I'm saying for political purposes. Right away in the very first, second, third broadcast that I ever did about it. And so you kind of have to really be careful of following people and sort of assuming that they know everything about the subject, because there's so much to know about it and there's no real authority on the matter. It's not a government, it's not a country, it's not a person. We all have little bits of the puzzle and little pieces of the picture to add to it, and that's really it. Everybody's viewpoint and everybody's belief about it is equally as valid as anybody else's. So.
Yeah, that's a good point, because the majority, all of us right now, we talked about that earlier, are kind of just speculating off of the information that we've heard about it and the assumptions that we're making about it from the little bit that we might know about it or that we've heard. There is no definitive answer, and anybody that says they have the definitive answer is probably trying to throw you off the definitive answer. or they're disinformation agent. They have an agenda because they work for private entities, the military-industrial complex, the government, the corporations, anybody, another country, or the aliens themselves. Who the fuck knows?
In other words, they've been programmed as robots.
Or they could be a drone or a droid or whatever. Anything's possible.
Or they could be a presidential candidate trying to get you to vote for them and that kind of thing.
If only there was a guy who we thought might run for president in the near future, Jacob.
What was that?
I said, if only there was a guy we might thought be running for president in the near future.
Yeah, they might be.
I happen to be doing that, but I don't claim to be an authority on the subject and the be-all, end-all of the matter. There are other people doing that.
Can you see me?
And some of those people have tried to discredit everything that I've said about the matter without even hearing me out, just for political purposes. And I think that's something we really have to watch out for.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Can you hear us? Okay.
If everything is frozen.
Oh, is it your?
Everything's frozen.
You're not frozen, Iron. Just
Can you guys hear
reboot.
me? Huh?
We can hear you. Just
Oh
reboot
my goodness.
or kick him out, Jacob. He might have to reboot that way.
Hello?
He might not be able to get out of his is frozen.
Oh, gotcha.
He's gonna reboot. He's gonna kick you out so you can
I
reboot.
don't know if he can hear us, but if you can hear us, yeah, just reconnect to the StreamYard link. And is it Shanae Little? Shout out to Shanae Little. I think that's Andre's sister. It's nice to see you in here. That's fun. But yeah,
like you say, you can't trust just like, well, I like Giorgio, or I like who's the guy who says oh fuck, I forgot. Now of course I forget his name. The guy who thinks he's Edgar Casey, it looks like Terry. David Wilcox. Where it's like people they're so definitive that they follow this one guy or this other guy on the subject. No, or the Japanese astrophysicist always on the show, Miro or whatever. It's always like, oh, I follow this guy or whatever. Then they want to fight because they think their guy knows more than you or your guy. It's like, no, that's not the point.
It's really divisive, and that's what happens. I've seen it, I've experienced it, and it's really weird. It just doesn't seem like it's helping anybody get to the bottom of the subject.
No, and that's what I just said. I said it needs to be, instead of UFOs being entertainment value, which they are entertainment value. I'm not saying they're not. It needs to be more looked at from the government and the scientific community, the universities, the corporations. It needs to be looked at as a scientific thing, just like we would study medicine or environment or whatever.
Or the ocean, or
right, exactly.
Mountains.
Anything. The study of electric. I don't know anything. Just anything. You professional, I guess is the word, with class. Not you're a crazy redneck because you think UFOs are real and Bigfoot could be possible, or time travel, or anything. I mean, come on, we all know this.
Yeah. Well,
people shouldn't be shamed for thinking. That's what it is. You're shamed, or they say you're dumb or you're uneducated or crazy. They call you crazy or dumb because you think.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in a very big city, and I went to Harvard and Cornell, and I have worked for the government in the past, and I do believe that there is extraterrestrial life, if you want to call it that. Even I don't even know if that's an appropriate word, because plenty of it resides right here on the planet and inside the planet, and
or they could just be interdimensional beings. That's another theory.
Well, they do have that. I believe they also have that capability. We ourselves have higher dimensional capabilities. It's not really that weird when you think about it. I mean,
no.
we can access fourth, fifth, sixth, and higher dimensions just with our own. With
Terry, weren't you the one talking about interdimensional beings before?
I just wanted to comment on this, especially in going with what Michael McIntosh said. I'm very blessed to be in the position that I am in, where I work in professional wrestling. So,
and guys, can you all hear me?
Hey, Andre, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, my internet is very slow.
No problem.
So
yeah. So I've seen actual specimens, and I hope that I Hey, Andre, could you go on mute for a minute? Okay, so yeah, Being in professional wrestling, I've seen actual specimens of human beings, of what I can, obviously we can all hope are human beings, and I've seen tall, big, short, small, male, female, uh, it, everything, and I'm just fascinated by seeing all of these different people from all different backgrounds, and it's just one of those things that I see. Where did we come from as human beings, as people, as entities? Who are we on this planet? What is this planet that we're a part of? Am I making sense here?
I get
Well,
Yeah,
what you're saying.
I got you.
and there's a lot of things that can include, like the gap in our DNA, what got us to the point that we are now. Like, I mean, were we actually specimens that got brought to this point by more advanced beings? I don't know. I like to believe in the ancient. I would say advanced races. I wouldn't necessarily say aliens, because kind of like Michael was saying, I don't necessarily think that there weren't more advanced beings on this planet before humans.
You mean the Atlians or Atlanteans or whatever?
Yeah, or the people of Mu, or I mean, they've been it's been
The
described.
Sumerians, the Egyptians. Who the fuck knows, man? There's no pictures or video. We don't know.
And whatever we are, we're obviously ever evolving. I mean, we have
Or devolving, whichever way you look at it.
we have archaeological proof of that.
Yeah. I mean, did a monkey actually fuck a football, Jacob, as once told in a joke? A monkey fucked a football and created mankind.
Is that a joke?
Oh, shit.
Never heard that
thing,
one.
is Emily still here? Is Emily in the chat?
She was. I'm not sure if she still is. If you're out there, Emily.
If
It's
Emily
really
comes back,
interesting.
you let me know, because I have a story about horses, and something that's called a chestnut on a horse. That I'll tell a story about it if she comes back.
What's everybody's religious side of this? Because I think higher beings and religion can often be mistaken or easily exchangeable. I don't necessarily think that they're exclusive. I think we could definitely interpret a more intelligent life form than our own as being gods or higher beings. I was wondering if you guys had any thoughts on that, because Canadian said God puts us here, or God put us here, and what do we all refer to as God in that sense?
Good question.
I don't think there's a discrepancy between believing in higher life forms and the Bible. I think they're harmonious if you actually put the two of them right beside each other, which is... There are people who believe in one or the other and will disagree with me completely, but I find them both to be compatible, frankly. And I believe in both of them. So,
Do you think it's possible for them both to be the same thing, or do you think do you consider them separate entities?
no, I think that, if you read and study the Bible, you will find that there's no... It doesn't really say anything specifically about extraterrestrials, or it doesn't put it in that wording, but it does talk about other life forms. For instance, it uses the word angels.
Yeah.
It talks about the spirit realm in great depth. So you have to just consider the terminology that's being used. Does this mean this, and is this just the same thing as this? And I think so, frankly. I mean, if you were alive 2,000 years ago and you saw an airplane you might have called it a bird or a metal bird or something like that, right? The same thing. I mean, the Bible was written thousands of years ago, and today we're using terms like the Greys or whatever other Zeta Reticulans or whatever terms we use.
Draco, they got all. There's over 21 races that they report about.
Who's to say that some of this stuff is not the same thing as just older stuff that was called something else back then? I don't see anything.
Yeah, get in on this, Terry. What's your thought on that?
Yeah.
The God /
God
higher plane
is God is the energy that animates this flesh, this mud, this clay, whatever we're made out of, the earth, that we somehow took in all of this food and somehow got this body here. Okay, what's animating us? It has to be some kind of energy. Okay, where does that energy come from? It has to be some kind of interaction in between the earth, the ground, and the sun. Some kind of energy. In between that, there's a realm of free will. A lot can be said about that. We all have it. How does it relate to UFOs and aliens? Again, it goes to what are we as human beings, and going to the all types of human beings that we have, of all races and color backgrounds and in cultures. Golly, it's just, Michael McIntosh brought it up as well. We all have that piece of the puzzle, and there's a billion pieces to that puzzle, and it would take a billion lifetimes to even get close to contemplating what God is exactly. How phenomenal, right?
Yeah, we don't even understand ourselves.
What was that?
We don't even understand ourselves. I mean, it's been figured that we only use like 1/10 of 1% of our own brains. So it's kind of like if we don't even have the ability to use our own brain to its full, how can we understand the magnitude of the universe? It's just it's an ongoing thing and
Infinite. Yeah, it's hard to even fathom it. You think about like somebody who actually thinks about it and is interested in the topics we're talking about. We will at least go, okay, I'm thinking about it. Infinite, it's forever. But even though we think about it, we're like, yeah, universe is infinite. You still can't fathom it. That infinite is forever and ever. It's like being in the fucking USS Enterprise, and there is no end. There is no stopping. There's minefields and other dangers, yes, but there is no turnaround because it's over or stopping point. It's just forever and ever and ever. That's the human brain is just like, you can't fathom that. It's like, what the hell is forever? What do you mean forever? Forever. So with that said, that just means anything is possible. If the universe is infinite and forever, to me personally, not the opinion of the Jacob Waters show, the universe, anything's possible. Nobody knows nothing is the old saying in comedy. Nobody knows nothing. And that's pretty much it. Nobody knows nothing, really.
There's just Earth. Sorry to disappoint you.
But is it flat?
Well, and I think just because there's just Earth doesn't mean that everything can't be taking place all around us at the same time if you're thinking about parallel dimensions as well.
True.
I don't necessarily, because if you're talking about dimensional beings also possibly being aliens or what would be described as aliens, I would just have to think parallel people traveling from a parallel universe would fall into that same category. And if everything is happening all at once, all throughout history on all these different parallel Earths,
I would like to chime in on the parallel universe theory.
Yeah.
Because I do have real life, real world experience in that. You see my name here, Terry Hopper. Okay. I have a background in radio and television broadcasting, as you can tell by my deep and sexy voice. Correct? So, this is a true story. I did a Google search, and I found another gentleman by the same name who was also working as an on-air radio DJ. I called him up, and we had Terry Hopper interviewing Terry Hopper on the air as radio DJ Terry Hopper to radio DJ Terry Hopper, two total parallel universes. It was just the most what is going on here kind of interview. It wasn't awkward, but it was, and it was just, we're living this parallel universe here. It was the most amazing thing. Aw, Mud Rabbit, thank you.
But yeah, I don't know. I've always been really fond of the idea of parallel universes, and knowing that literally every decision there's a parallel universe to that, by theory, I guess. And if we can do this dimensionally, and in religion we can recognize angels, demons, jinn, if you wanna count them into the religious realm, and things that are spotted, ghouls, goblins, spirits. Like, at what point do we draw the line and say we know this is from another planet, and we know this is something just otherworldly that we don't understand? Like, kind of how we do the classification for unidentified flying object. It could just be anything unidentified. It doesn't necessarily have to be an alien spacecraft. What makes that distinction when it comes to, like, visually seeing what's the classification for it? I guess humanoids, or I think that would be the vague classification of seeing something, a humanoid or a flying humanoid, or I just don't know.
Are you talking about the ones where it's like the alien class where it's like they take humans and take their DNA and extract it and make a humanoid?
Well, no, I think that kind of falls on. I think everybody has this concept of the Greys being like a slave race and a worker race, almost like programmed.
What do they call the ones that are like white looking? They're real pale.
That might be the small Greys. I'm not sure though. And I've heard of like the tall Greys. I've heard of a few different ones.
Oh.
I've heard of 3 different ones that look like humans. 2 different ones that look like humans that just have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah, there's ones that they say that look like they're like really, really white looking and tall. They look like people with no hair and no color.
That might be the tall whites. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, it might be. Okay. It's always the whites. Go figure.
I used to think I was an alien.
You used to think
My,
you were?
my parents, my parents are from Ireland. So.
Well, I mean, you probably are. You might be here illegally, you illegal alien.
So Terry, you have to bring up the document after a joke like that. The document needs to be brought up.
Yeah. So this past weekend, I was at an estate auction. It's one of my favorite pastimes to actually do, and I found this incredibly odd document from what was it, 1886. Yeah, 1886, and I know that's the year because in the movie Back to the Future Part 3, when they went to the Old West, that was the year 1885. And I remember this document was, 1 year after that, 1886. And it was from a county here from the state of Illinois, which Jacob and I just so happened to be here. And it was an official judge signed and sealed document of a gentleman being granted official United States of American citizenship, and it mentioned alien here in the legalese in this document, and I thought, oh, how interesting, a piece of history from 1886, gentlemen, being granted full legal documentation to be here in America. Congratulations. So, and I bought this.
Such a privilege.
Bought it for $5.
But yeah,
And,
the fun part about the document was he was like, "Look, the acknowledgement of aliens back in 1886."
yeah,
And he was talking about citizenship, and I once I read a little bit of the document, I was like, "Oh yeah, citizenship." Before, like that's what they called people from outside of their area was an alien.
Yeah, alien or illegal alien or nationalized, whatever. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
No, so what Terry's really telling us is the doc is alive in 1885. That's what he's really wanting to tell us.
Totally is. Yep, you'll be happy to know John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. You'll be happy to know he's married to a lovely wife, Clara, and they have 2 kids, 2 sons.
Great Scott!
Yeah, Jules and Vern.
Jules and Vern.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, right.
Yeah, so the doc is very much alive. Yes.
Oh shit, that's funny.
So are we doing the service of the government by doing a show about UFOs and UAPs? Are we playing into their distraction?
Are we perpetuating the propaganda? Are we agents of those 3-letter agencies? The answer is
No.
Absolutely. Hey, they pay better than Jacob does. What can we say?
right.
I think he's being silent.
Yeah. But we're all in agreement on that, right, guys?
Right. Yeah. Well, just having. What's funny is that dude that they came to his house and took all his computers that lives out by Area 51. What are they worried about if they're acknowledging this shit? This guy didn't do anything illegal. He took pictures from not on the base. He didn't trespass. You're allowed to take video on top of a mountain. He took pictures from miles away, and they kicked his door in and took all electronic devices and all that out there. What do they have to hide? If they're acknowledging all this stuff.
You're talking about John Lear?
So, no, this is a recent case. This is a recent case, not John Lear. But why are they messing with this guy, to confiscate shit and acting like it's all sealed and he can't even get his phone back? His phone didn't even have any pictures. He had a website where he'd take pictures of all the experimental craft. He had a spot out there. He lives by it. But the FBI and the stormtroopers came kicking in one day, and it's been like a year or two, and he still won't even answer. He's going to court. Like, he's going to take it to the Supreme Court if he has to. But what do they have to hide? If all this shit's coming out with, well, we don't know, and there's this and that. So, and he just got pictures. It was on a website. The pictures are out there. I can't think of the guy's name. I'd have to Google it, which I will at a later time. I
looked that up. I know I'm, not too familiar with the case, obviously, but I heard about that.
Yeah,
it's very Mud Rabbit. Yes, I've read about it. They interviewed him. I think this is a huge distraction, getting us to think about UFOs.
Or maybe that guy has all. Maybe that guy took some picture of something he didn't know what it was, but they're like, "Oh fuck!"
So I kind of
and this is the shit they're distracting us with, his balloons and Tic Tacs and whatever.
Here's honestly my first thought when this whole balloon thing first came out, and I thought, okay, is this something to where they are revealing that, hey, everyone, do you see this balloon? And do you see all of these attachments that are hanging from it? Right. This is what it really is. Hang on. This is what it really is. So this is the reveal before they could actually have it be a part of what this is just my theory, my first thought. it was the reveal before it could honestly be a part of the Project Bluebeam.
Right.
So you have to get these balloons up into the air, and then from there you have what's called a triangulation with lasers and light shows from, and who knows what else with Project Bluebeam.
Like I guess the balloon
Pointing
could give
up
you
at these
a
balloons in the sky, and those are your UFOs and your big war, whatever you want to see up in the sky. Big reveal. Guess what? It's all balloons. No chance to get into it.
but not the laser or whatever below that's really doing the work.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead. Yeah.
If you were actually studying something, would you try to capture it and bring it down a certain way, or would you just get your biggest missile and send a
$2 million missile for a dollar store balloon?
Again, going back to my theory. Again, let it go across the whole sky. You let the civilians see it. Again, they're pointing right directly at it. Hey, everyone, do you see this balloon? Do you see what I'm taking from it? This is what it is.
They're more likely to believe you then.
That's what really got me. They're not hiding it. Can we all agree on that part?
That's true. They're not hiding it.
They're not. It's very open. It's very open, and they want you to be paying attention to it. I mean, I just hope the public realizes, like, if you've ever seen a plastic like Walmart bag blow across the street, you've never pulled out an AK-47 to stop it from blowing across the street. Like,
no.
I mean, and with our history of knowing anything about balloons, in World War II, the Japanese sent balloons over, and they
was smallpox, wasn't it, or something?
Smallpox or anthrax, one or the other. And they had actual chemical warfare in them. Could you imagine if we shot them down and there was actually an issue? So
that's probably what they were hoping we'd have done.
Knowledge, or it was just blind stupidity. You tell me. We had either Project Bluebeam looking into it, or
jets and helicopters and everything else were escorting these things throughout the whole time. So
Infinite was in the house. Where is the money? That's what to follow.
Well, and think about this. Isn't it funny that the last time there was some kind of like serious, or let's just say the first time in our recorded history of recent times, the first incident involved what? High altitude balloons for Roswell. And then now this time, any kind of case where there might be real evidence, they used the balloon thing again as the cover story. Because remember Roswell, they showed the little weather balloon.
Yeah,
so why are they using they're using the same cover story from 80 years because they figure most people are so stupid they won't know that.
Yeah, I just never thought we would waste that much time on balloons. I really don't think that's our most advanced technology that we have.
No. Why would it be? Get the fuck out of here. We're going back in time. We're going to start using Zeppelins again. Fuck, is the Kaiser going to take over Germany again? What the fuck?
Honestly, that was my second thought. After that first thought of, hey, look at this balloon. Look at what it really is. My second thought was, okay, if they're really honestly allowing it to go fully across the whole continent here, are they legit doing studies, high altitude studies, to bring back dirigibles? Because, hey, the tourism, the space tourism industry, if it's real, that's going to be huge.
High altitude Zeppelins.
High altitude tourism industry, get them up there. Who wouldn't want to go all the way up there? Do you want to fly in the U-2 spy plane? Gosh dang it, I do. I'll tell you that much. That's a fact. Can I go up in the U-2 spy plane? If you're listening to and you can get me hooked up with that, I would love to. Please.
I'd rather go in the Blackbird personally.
One thing we can be sure of is...
Are you kidding me? Why do you want to go up in that old piece of junk?
Because it goes faster than a U-2.
One thing we can be sure of is that America will find a way to turn it into making a buck.
Yeah. That's what Infinite Moi was saying. He said, follow the money. That's where it's at.
Right.
Well, that's what they said about Watergate.
What
You know,
started
I mean,
in the
who
military
cares?
is now in the civilian.
We've got advanced technology from an alien race. Let's turn it into capitalist.
Yeah.
Capitalist venture.
It is the American way.
Yeah.
Very
We
much.
developed fiber optics 60
Hey,
years
kid,
ago.
want to ride in a spaceship?
We
50
developed
bucks.
fiber optics 60 years ago, and now we're using weather balloons.
That's what I'm saying. They use the same cover story that Roswell had. It's advanced weather balloons. I look at that wreckage and I'm like, that looks like the Roswell staged picture where the guy's holding a memo and then they zoomed in on the memo and it says disc-shaped object, bodies, because they didn't think about, what was going to happen with computers in the future to zoom in on that shit.
I'm going to take a 5.
You're fine. I'll pick up the chat a little bit. Yeah, Sopranos fan. There was an issue, and Aaron's channel did get taken down. Here, Mud Rabbit just shared the Rumble channel, but yeah.
Whose channel?
Aaron Moriarty.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the
guy.
guy you follow. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the one who me, Mud Rabbit, Terry, Michael Pena, and a few other people all kind of met on. And yeah, YouTube just woke up one day and just kind of wiped all of his stuff and said it was violence or something like that. He's never had any like violent talk on his program. So I would defend that guy to the end. He's the most kind guy. All he does is Elvis impressions and talk about conspiracies. Like I don't think he has an ill bone in his body, but I don't know.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully I can help him get connected back with his YouTube content. And I hope.
So what did he do that they said? Okay, you said violence, but did he threaten somebody or something?
They didn't explain it to him because it was I don't think he was talking to a real person.
Ah, so somebody trolled his ass.
Yeah, so if you get multiple reports, they'll just block you until you defend yourself. Yep.
They do it out of precaution instead of risking.
And then they don't even have to look into it unless you give them a reason to.
Right. Unless you're like, hey, motherfucker. I mean, hey, Bolin lost his channel for stupid shit like that before where you had to like wait a day or two,
Yeah.
So, and it's not just, and he doesn't talk about any of this shit. He just talks, left, right, paradigm and wrestling and, give me money, whatever. So it's not like he's talking about controversial shit.
Yeah, shout out to Leah for being in here. Infinite Moi.
How many's in the chat?
I haven't seen you guys in forever.
How many's in the chat and YouTube? Do you know?
What was that?
How many are in the chat?
I got 2 YouTube channels up right now. I got the old channel up right now, so we're getting some of our guests that interviews. And I try to separate my newer channel as more gaming and just kind of promotion and stuff like that now. All
right.
So Infinite Moi and Leah, who we haven't seen in a while, Sopranos fan, likes to come in. We're talking conspiracies, and he was also asking about Aaron's channel. And looks like Kevin P, a friend of Andre's, is stopping by. He was saying hi, Michael McIntosh. Andre's had two friends and family members stop in tonight. So
now, if his brother stops in, we'll have the trifecta, won't we?
Right.
Hey, if the lovebirds pop in, we'll have the whatever quadrophenia or whatever whatever they call it.
Yeah, they like to like and subscribe or at least send hearts. They're lovebirds.
Well, they peck at Rondre. Now, as far as like the Project Bluebeam, we know, we've heard about it, this and that, and whatever the new project is that the consensus amongst the conspiracy quotation marks community is that they're getting ready to set up. Alex Jones is saying it. The people of that communities and those types, they're setting up for the fake alien invasion. They're going to use have fake alien ships killing each other in the sky, and they're going to be our overlords and one world government and da-da-da, which, we've heard that forever, just different ways it might happen. I get it. So do you think if that community is saying that it's a fake alien invasion, then what are they hiding? What's the real goal? You know, is it that they're trying to control? I mean, what's behind that idea that it's going to be a fake alien invasion? They're using Project Bluebeam type technology, etc. I'll wait in advance.
What
anything that
and could you be a little bit more specific here?
Anything that veers from the political narrative that this so-called community espouses is immediately lambasted a lot of the time, because these people a lot of them are basically hippies.
Speaking of,
I resemble that remark.
I was gonna say, I was rolling up as you said that. You made me look up.
So
ever seen the back of a $20 bill, man?
If it doesn't fall in line with the political narrative that they want to promote along with it, then it doesn't matter. It could be completely true. It could be the real thing, but they're going to attack and try to get everybody to dismiss it regardless.
Terry, what I was saying is, why is it the theory that we're being set up as a fake invasion? Is it the idea that they wouldn't possibly release anything that's real? They're just tricking us. Is that what I mean?
Well, it could be real. I mean, if it's real, what if just think that they don't like so of course like fake news that you don't like, right?
I think I missed a little bit of that, Michael.
Yeah.
Try reconnecting. I don't know if there's a connection issue going on.
It's the alien conspiracists interfering.
Okay, I heard that.
No, I heard. I mean, I didn't hear all of it yet because he did cut out. But I get what he's saying about, hey, it's because of what we're just going to be cast aside because it's going to be that's just stoner talk, that's just crazy talk. You're cast out. I mean, I get what he said. But what I was asking Terry is, why is the story amongst the Alex Joneses, the Drudge Reports, the Reddit community, the far right, or the anti-militia movement, or the UFO, or all of those communities I've seen, there's a lot of it's a fake invasion.
Well, even like tonight, I mean, we're looking at this whole situation from a dodecahedron's perspective. I mean, we're looking at it, not from just one side, from what one particular faction is wanting everyone to believe, or at least, at the very least, speculate on. I mean, we're just attacking this from all sides here. And I do believe that, what a time that we live in, to where we can actually have this conversation. And again, it all goes back to civilians saw this. It's a balloon. There's things hanging from it. And it's flying all across the entire continent, not hiding it. There it is. And you have all of these who actually is saying that who officially can say that yes, that is a balloon, and there's things hanging from it. What agencies have the authority to say that? There, you start there. So you you open up your Freedom of Information Acts and your open records requests. Go from there.
What if you're a libertarian?
What do they know? What can they tell us? And who's the authority here?
Let me jump in on this.
Regardless of whether it got shot down or not, who has the authority to say exactly what it is? That you get down to that. You answer that for me, and I'll give you all of the answers you want.
What if you're a libertarian?
You're a libertarian?
And
What?
yeah, and you
Where does
realize
have to
that
do with it?
none of these agencies have any authority.
There's-
Just made up things
You're
that-
absolutely right. What if the agency that is just making that up?
Well, no, I mean, well, that's
Yeah,
what
and
we
how
do.
are we to have the transparency to know that they're telling the truth to begin with?
They're no more federal than Federal Reserve, just like the Federal Reserve itself, or federal. Just like I said, the Federal Reserve and a lot of those agencies are no more federal than FedEx. It's just in
That's
name.
square one. Here you go.
Well, that's what we were
How do
talking
you
about
know you're a
before we started
libertarian?
the show is these people that we give merit to, they have as much merit as we give them in a conversation. There is no definitive expert in these fields, so
No.
it's not like I'm waiting for the person with the right merit to be
Hey.
able to speak on this. Unless an alien landed in front of me and I could talk to him, he'd be the only person that I feel like would be qualified to have the right merit, and that would be fitting my criteria of what an alien is. Like, it's so biased. Like, there is no person that would be considered to have merit in this subject. Like,
I should have brought a camera.
Well,
Hey,
next
it's like-
I'll bring a camera.
next time you'll bring a camera.
Yeah, I'll try to keep my camera ready for next time.
So, but here's the
I
thing.
mean,
Like,
but-
it's as simple as that. When you say, and you ask somebody if they believe in UFOs, and you say, okay, what would it take for you to believe in a
And
UFO?
Would that
They
even prove it?
go, okay, I need to see a picture of a UFO to believe a UFO. And then
But you
show
believe
them-
in Jesus or Muhammad or Zeus or Xenu or whatever without a picture.
But they can show you a picture, and then
Sure.
your frame of reference will change. You'll want more evidence to
That's true.
show you
You
that
have
it's
to get on the rank of the close encounters. Like, is this a close encounter of the first kind, second, third, fifth? What degree are we on here?
And,
So
I
and
got a
the
pretty
question
good
is,
picture of
what
Jesus.
does it take as a human to believe in that? You know what I mean? What level of contact, first contact, second contact, whatever, what contact does it require for you to believe in said thing that you're encountering?
Probably on the level of what Billy Meyer allegedly experienced, which I fairly take as accurate. So, according to Billy Meyer, he had several experiences with a Pleiadian, part of the Pleiadians, from the Pleiades, which is a star cluster near the Orion Galaxy in the
The Swiss guy.
southern sky. Yeah. Came down, Samjis, I believe, was her name, and she identified as a Pleiadian, and told Billy Meyer about how the spacecraft works, interdimensional travel, and all of these spiritual thoughts. And you can look this up on YouTube.
Hey, another one that even Mr. McIntosh might even remember is the one who met with Eisenhower, Valiant Troy.
Valiant Thor?
Valiant Troy. Valiant Thor, not bad. Valiant Thor.
From
the guy's the alien that lived here, but stayed here for quite a while. Met with Eisenhower, made the agreement. Truman, yeah. Sorry, Truman. I think he stayed until Eisenhower, but whatever,
Both.
Yeah, made an agreement. Even Jackie Gleason, the actor, got to meet him.
I probably met him.
And Richard Nixon, because Richard Nixon took Jackie Gleason to the base in Florida. Can't remember which one. And he got to meet the six-fingered Valiant Thor. He looked just like us, but he had 6 fingers, evidently. So if somebody like that rolls down,
Nixon,
and we're walking at Wright-Patterson, if we're rolling at Wright-Patterson Air Base in Dayton, Ohio, with Valiant Thor or Jacob Waters Thor or whatever his name is at the time, then I'll believe it.
Did he look like just a regular human?
Yeah.
Could have been mistaken for.
Yeah, exactly. People thought he was a human, but they looked at his hands and saw an extra finger.
Well, they supposedly
And he
have
was also
pictures of
very
him sitting at
muscular,
the
very, very well built.
Right.
I might have met him.
table.
Like built like a wrestler, a well-built wrestler.
Yeah,
Like
because they said
Superman, kind of.
he also said
Yeah.
something about because back then, of course, everybody smoked cigarettes. He even said, like, what are you doing with those carcinogens or whatever? Like, he didn't understand. It was like, why are you using this old technology with like steam and gas, and you're smoking like carcinogens, which they are, as Jacob smokes. But those aren't as bad. It's different. He's not smoking cigarettes, obviously. But I'm just saying, it was funny because you were smoking as I was saying that.
But yeah, no, I could see him being like that. But I thought he had that like ideal like Nordic look, like blonde hair, blue eyes.
Right. I believe he was big and pale.
Pictures of him supposedly sitting at a table with other people in a meeting or a briefing.
I was wondering if Kevin could go into maybe a little bit of detail on Randy Kramer. That name sounds vaguely familiar.
I know about Randy Kramer. I was going to let everybody field this if they wanted to.
All right.
And if Kevin would like to write in the comments, yeah.
Michael, have you heard of Kevin? Have you heard of the gentleman that Kevin's talking about? Randy
Yeah,
Kramer?
I have. I might have spoken with him briefly, also, actually. I'm trying to remember. He says that he had something to do with, if I recall correctly, a Mars program where he was transported to Mars and lived there for 20 years or so and was brought back.
Now, hold on. Is it the jumper program you were a part of?
No, he was in a different super soldier program. Because most of the stuff he said that he used was he was using technology, and then I haven't heard the same from like Michael or like an Andrew Basciago when it comes to like the jump room or something like that. They actually talk about the only technology they talked about is like tools that they would have that they brought with, but not actual like suits that made them jump higher and run faster or. That's something that Randy Kramer talks about.
And have you also noticed with this stuff, with the UFOs, UAPs, whatever, they're also talking about going back to the moon and Mars more along with it.
Yeah. Well, I hope Elon Musk goes to Mars and stays there because he's annoying.
We'll see if he says anything else about Randy Kramer in here. But so I've talked to Randy Kramer a little bit. I was talking to him about doing an interview with him, and he's just been really busy since then. So I actually reached out to him the time I reached out to McIntosh, and it was back after they did a show with the Mad Martian, Gary Legier, because Michael McIntosh did one, Randy Kramer did one, and Andrew Basciago did one, all inside of a month. And I think Andrew did 2 inside of the month because he showed up on Randy Kramer's video at the end of it. I thought it was kind of a little bit of an ambush. I'm not going to lie. The Mad Martian set up an interview with Randy Kramer and then let one of his biggest detractors come in at the end of the interview just to see if they could come to some kind of an agreement, I guess. But it didn't go well. And that's why Randy Kramer doesn't usually do interviews.
Was that on your channel?
No, not on mine. Another show that I frequent that goes by the Mad Martian, and Michael's been a guest on there. The host's name is Gary Legier. He's a decent guy. I talked to him.
I've heard that name before.
Yeah.
I would not be
before I forget, I got to ask Mr. McIntosh something before I forget. Did you ever have any work contacts with the guy who started the first Earth Battalion, Colonel Jim Shannon, the Men Who Stare at Goats guy, super soldier? Did you ever work with that guy?
Doesn't ring a bell, no.
Okay.
I would, if I did, I would remember something like that.
Because people out there, if you've ever seen the movie with Jeff Bridges, which it's a great movie, the Coen brothers, The Men Who Stare at Goats, it's a comedy, but it's based on the work of the First Earth Battalion, the psychic soldiers, the remote viewers, that kind of thing.
Nope, doesn't ring
It's a
any
good book
bells.
too. John Ronson, who's been on Alex Jones and different people's, George Norrie, Art Bell, whatever. It's a good book.
At this point, I've been able to remember basically everything I've ever experienced, and I had some very difficult issues with accessing my memories because I had traumatic experiences to work through. But I can remember my whole life at this point, and I don't remember anything like that.
Okay.
So
I was just curious because I know that name. People know that name, and it's not the same program, but it's psychic soldier, super soldier program.
that doesn't mean it's not real, or it's just
No, I don't know if it is or not. It's a very interesting book, and the guy was really,
Obviously.
the guy was a hippie basically that was in the army, and it was cool.
Yeah. I mean, as I've said earlier, I don't think anybody can claim to be the authority on any of these issues. So just because someone says they don't remember anything about it or doesn't know anything about it, it doesn't mean it's not real. I'm just
right.
Everything I've ever talked about is just my own personal experiences.
And that's one thing I will say about you, off subject here, is that I've never heard Michael McIntosh try to be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, so and so about time travel, because I know it's this way. He just kind of tells his story and doesn't try to discredit the other people's stories, at least from what I've seen on Jacob's channel.
Yeah, because that would be absurd, frankly. That would be the height of egotism, and I'm just not like that.
Now, do you think the idea of going to Mars and all that with, the SpaceX rockets, that kind of thing, since we're talking about the UFOs and all this, there have been more talk of Mars, and we're going to go back to the moon within 5 years and this and that. And do you think that's just a distraction to siphon money, or a distraction to keep the people thinking about it? Or is it just I don't really even have an opinion on it, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I think Elon Musk is going to go to Mars within the end of this decade. I think that's pretty
Terry,
much.
what's your thoughts on it?
I don't even believe Elon Musk's that car in space. I call BS on it. That's green screen. That's psyop.
Yeah,
not buying it.
Certainly could be.
And I believe that's because eventually it's going to come out that the other guys, that 4-letter agency, that's BS as well. So you're in the day and age of the Smith-Mundt Act, which was passed a few years ago. Essentially, hey, we can all lie. So what you see is what you is not always what you get, and it's made up. So who knows what the truth is anymore?
So
then there'll be a Elon Musk psyop, perhaps.
Yeah,
if you want it.
there'll definitely be one at some point.
Well, who has the biggest civilian contract with the who's? Yeah, Elon Musk.
You know what? The biggest
He's
giveaway.
a civilian, so he can play the part.
You know, the biggest giveaway about his current psyops is that they just built a new Tesla headquarters in California after there was this big public display of, Elon Musk, who's doing everything for California, got kicked out of California and had to go to Texas with Joe Rogan and all of these other people, and had to move Tesla, and now his headquarters is going back to California for some reason.
It is? He's going back?
Yeah.
Why?
Why is that? Did he get a tax
Why would he
credit
go back to a
what?
place that basically kicked him out? Why would he go back?
Well, I live in Texas and California, so I can tell you.
Where would you rather have a business?
That's
is the
Monaco
governor over there, or is that just an operation as well? I mean, is that why along with
California has set up? California has
because
set up
the governor is
an,
no longer the. Who knows?
yeah,
Who knows?
California
who's
has
in
set
charge
up
now?
California has set up what they're calling an exit tax, where businesses that have made a lot of money in the state, who then leave the state to avoid paying California income tax, like moving to Texas, would have enabled Musk to do, because Texas has no state income tax. They've created this thing called an exit tax, where if you move your company out, you have to pay more money than if you had just kept it in the state. So
So he's
there you
staying
go.
incorporated there with a little shell.
Basically, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Or he can just say he's moving, but he keeps everything there, but says he's in California.
I do the same thing. I mean, I do the same thing. I have a Texas residence and a California residence. So
Yeah. And as long as nobody tries to say, well, you spent more time in this state and the other, it's what athletes do.
Yeah.
I live in Florida or I live in Texas.
Yeah. I was doing it before Elon Musk. So,
yeah. Well, people have been doing it here because I live in Kentucky. They just go get a Tennessee driver's license, no state income tax. And well, I live in Tennessee. And I see the guy more than Tennessee does. I guarantee you that. Allegedly.
It's legal. It's perfectly
legal.
legal.
I mean, hey, you're just you're traveling, sir.
Yeah.
He's got a long commute every day.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm just traveling. This isn't commercial. This isn't commercial travel.
Yeah, we're sovereign citizens, sir.
So Terry, I have to let you know.
I'm a Canadian.
Kevin did answer you. He said Randy Kramer talks excessively about the hoax alien invasion, and you could find his videos on YouTube. So I don't know. I assume you'd want to comment on it. After
well, a lot of people have talked about the hoax alien invasion.
Yeah.
What's this guy? Is this guy's theory any different, or as to why? Or
great question, Chris. Yeah, if you can answer, if you have a take on it, Kevin, let us know. What do you think his angle is on the hoax alien invasion? Because we were talking about this a little bit offline. I'm convinced this is something that the government's been trying to do for a long period of time. And I referenced back during Kennedy's administration that they pitched this idea to him that they wanted to do a holographic image or a projection above South America, and Kennedy shut it down. And that was a little before he got assassinated. And we were talking about that offline, and they go, well, yeah, there was multiple reasons he was probably put in that situation, but it wasn't necessarily the only reason. But I think that was the first time we saw publicly that the government was just like, hey, we want to do this over South America to cause a scene. And they actually were doing it on a religious aspect. I think they wanted to do something similar to, what's it called when they had those 3 prophecies come to those kids? Fatima?
Medjugorje.
What is it called?
It's
Fatima?
Medjugorje.
What was the Fatima one?
The prophecy of
that's
Fatima.
your Catholic thing.
Yeah, and they said they had a vision of seeing Mother Mary or something like that, and they got 3 visions. They were talking about they wanted to do something like that, and they wanted to do it over sky, and they wanted it to be more religious based. And so I didn't know if they were trying to do it in a cross shape or a Star of David shape. Like I don't know what the government's intention was with the project, but they wanted it to be religious based, and that's why they were aiming it towards South America. So it probably would have been a Catholic shot. It wouldn't have been a Christian shot. Like most, I would assume if the U.S. government was trying to put a demographic on humans in South America, I would say the majority of them were probably Catholic at the time that they made this assumption that they wanted to do this. So I would assume they would have went for a cross or something around those lines.
So at that time, everyone would have bought it hook, line, and sinker. But we live in the time now of everyone has a smartphone, so we're all connected. And we can call BS when we see it.
Yeah. I mean, we were lucky to have a president like Kennedy that was willing to risk his life to make sure something like that didn't happen in the past. The question is, do we have people in government that would publicly stop this anymore? Or is it isn't that deep in government where they could just do a psyops on us. We are actually propelling this narrative that we're talking about, this alien UFO hoax, and like we're propelling the idea that it's actually real. And the government's loving the fact that people are talking about it. I wonder where we're actually going to fall in the long run of it.
Well, not only the government, but a lot of the entities have a lot to gain by it. I mean, you look at documentaries, you look at the tourism industry, you have movies, and everyone has so much to gain from this technology. And follow the money. Where's it coming from? Where is it going?
Kevin said he claims that he represents the unofficial government narrative. He says that the Brigadier General asked him to talk on their behalf. Interesting. So so the Brigadier General is acting as like the liaison to the aliens, I guess, or the UFOs.
He says that his Brigadier General asked him to do what?
To ask him to talk on their behalf.
Oh, okay. So some general said, "Hey, the aliens want me to like
these beings."
I've got a question for Mr. McIntosh, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Back on the question of a libertarian, and also my question of who is the actual authority here, who can actually say what that is up there and tell us all, hey, this is what it is, this is what it was. Here's why it was up there. Definitive answer. Here you go. Libertarian. If it is libertarian, where does the military fall in that? And would you take a military's answer as an answer?
No, I mean the military is never going to give you a straight answer on anything. That's the point.
Brigadier
of the military.
General, Rear Admiral, anyone on that level?
Why would the military give you a straight answer on anything? I mean, their job is to protect, so they're not going to risk giving information to somebody that could be hostile. So they're not. Their whole modus operandi is to give not straight information, not to give a straight answer. So then obviously the authority on the matter is each individual to themselves. You know, I mean, you have the authority.
Very well put.
On your authority is to yourself, really. So.
Very well put.
And what I've always said, I get it's a matter of national defense or whatever, but if the military is always involved, does that mean that they're actually involved? You know, it's like, are they just reactionary, or are they involved all along and they're just trying to cover up their own shit, or private, you know, corporation shit, whatever. So I mean,
Chris, what do you think about like what Stephen Greer's doing, where he's doing it on a civilian level, where they're trying to contact that?
Oh, that's even better. But now some people are going to say he's a disinformation agent.
You were talking about SETI before, and that's not necessarily government ran.
Right. It's just individuals like us who report.
Yeah. So I do think there's a balance. I just think we don't know the scale of the government's involvement because they don't tell us their full involvement. And I think these letter agencies all have different involvement that they don't necessarily disclose to each other.
Right. Like, because they all have their own agenda, obviously. We know that.
Back to what Michael
well, not only that, it's by design. The checks and balances.
Compartmentalized.
You know, the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. By design.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's
President Obama said.
Exactly what Michael was saying is we all have pieces of this puzzle. Even the agencies might only have a piece of what they're studying as well.
Yeah, that's true. Even President Obama said that there's stuff in the skies that we just don't know what it is, and he was talking as a former president. So it's
Yeah, he was just being honest at that point, I think.
like there's stuff we don't know. We don't know what that is. We're still trying to find out. And there's stuff some of us do know and some of us don't know, and that's how it is.
And I think Eisenhower represented a genuine curiosity, like with his information, because you could tell he was interested in the topic. He was just kind of like, wasn't he one of the first presidents to actually report a UFO sighting or encounter, or an extraterrestrial encounter, publicly? And it was just interesting because he had a curiosity of it. And it wasn't like, I know the answer and I work with the government, so I figured out what's going on. He was still curious about what was going on. And
it is a documented fact that George Washington had an encounter with angels, or at least
right.
Yeah.
Or was it a time traveler?
Yeah.
Or was it?
Who said, "Hey, fire your cannons over there. Attack them on Christmas. Right. The British will never suspect it. They'll be hung over. You'll kick their ass. It's fucking Christmas. Who works on Christmas? Come on." And it worked.
I mean, Boston. I grew up in Boston, and nobody works on Christmas there. So,
I mean, right? Well, you grew up in an Irish, German, Italian, Catholic town, just like I did. So, I mean, come on.
Welcome back, Emily.
Not really.
Well, Boston, come on.
Yeah.
Hey,
Charlestown is not very Catholic.
Now that Emily's back, can I tell my little quick story about what a chestnut is on a horse?
Yeah, get in there, chestnut.
Yeah. Do you know what a chestnut is? At least I believe that's what it's called. I say this because when I was a little kid, my parents used to raise purebred Arabian horses. These are the show horses or the parade horses. You can also go on long trail rides with them because they're Arabian horses. They're meant for the desert. So, of course, they can be built for long trail rides. But
are you talking about the thing that's on their leg?
Yeah. So what this is, you take a look at a horse's foot or its hoof. It's very similar to what we have as humans. You take a look at your fingernails,
right,
and your fingers. Well, you put your fingers together and you put your fingernails together. You now have essentially what a horse's hoof is. Well, a horse, if you take a look at the side, has a little stub that is up near like the knee, and it's called a chestnut. Well, what that is, it's the little stub of what used to apparently be a thumb. And through evolution, it's now just a tiny little stub that all.
Yeah, and some people remove them, some people don't.
Yeah.
So it's like a dew claw for a dog. A dew claw for a dog doesn't serve a purpose now.
I'm used to looking at a horse's ass, but
Yeah.
That's no way to talk about Jacob.
Take, the appendix in a human being. What does that do?
Nothing.
Do you think we used to have tails, Terry? Humans?
Yes.
We have a tailbone.
Yes.
Allegedly.
I don't think because you have a tailbone necessarily means you had a tail.
Why would they call it tailbone, Jacob?
Because of where it's located?
Well, yeah.
And because you're a mammal?
Hey, you've seen Shallow Hal. There's tails.
Yeah, that's legitimate. The guy from Seinfeld has a tail.
I'm wagging my tail right now.
Yeah. So would you, Jacob? Well, now since we're going to turn the tables here on the host himself. Jacob, what are your thoughts on the whole situation with the balloons, the UFOs, the talk of going to everything we've talked about in summation? What do you believe Do you think it's a psyop? Do you think they're releasing the info now? I mean, I know there's a lot of FOIA for Freedom of Information Act. Don't get me wrong, but they're not going to put anything in there. They still redact stuff from the Kennedy assassination, so they're not going to put anything there that's going to matter. Do you think it's all a cover up, a psyop? Do you think it's they're preparing us for the fake invasion, or you think it's a real invasion? I mean, what are your thoughts on it?
Well,
As to why?
I don't necessarily know why, but I do think it's a psyop, and I do think it's a distraction. I think it's interesting. Like, I was talking to somebody the other day about the fact that nobody knew that Joe Biden was in the Ukraine the other day. Like, they publicly announced it, like, slightly, but we're like
Speaking
a lot of
a horse's ass.
What was that?
Hey,
Speaking
they
of
sent
a horse's ass.
Yeah, exactly.
But speaking of, they told Russia that they were flying him over, so they warned to not. Hey, don't shoot him down. You know.
Well, it was significant who was in Russia at the same time, and like meanwhile, everybody in the U.S. is talking about train derailments and fucking balloons. Like, for some reason, everybody in the U.S. is talking about train derailments and balloons. Do you think our train technology has gone down recently? Why do we have so many train derailments?
Because they don't upkeep, because of the tracks not being kept properly. It's old technology. Nobody cares.
I think UFOs are a small part of the distraction, is what I mean. There's a lot of distractions going on. And I think the media in general is just a distraction. I think very little of the information that we get from the media is considered something with any, like, actual purpose. Like, yeah, they're telling you things, and yeah, the things might have some truth to them.
So you're saying it's infotainment, not actual substance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm
shocked, Jacob.
As people that are American citizens, and American citizens are told that we're supposed to be supporting Ukraine right now, we do need to know that our president made an appearance in Ukraine. If we're sending all of our taxpayer dollars over there, why wouldn't the media want to release that to you publicly? Why do we not talk about? And then I saw Mr. Weinstein. He's one of the smartest guys talking right now. Eric Weinstein, I think his name is. He's a former professor. He was on Joe Rogan the other day. He's also convinced that the UFO thing is a whole distraction. I've seen a lot of very smart minds reach out and talk about this, and they go, I don't really want to pay it that much attention.
Well,
because I don't want to be part of the problem.
Could it be that you just saw what it was on the news yesterday and today about, like, Biden threatening China, don't support Russia, Zelensky, don't support Russia, China? Because if China steps in and starts supporting them, that's World War III ready to happen. So is it a distraction for World War III is basically what you're saying.
We were talking about
It's a distraction for money laundering.
It could be a distraction for absolutely anything. We were talking about Elon Musk earlier, and another thing going on with Elon Musk is the former Twitter people that used to work there are doing public releases now. All of this was public knowledge to anybody that was digging at it 4 or 5 months ago. We knew this before Elon finally settled the deal with Twitter. We already knew what was going on with the accounts and what was going on with the shadow banning and stuff like that. It was public knowledge already.
And pay to be verified and promoted.
6 months later. It's like, they want to distract you with this stuff. Like, it's like, otherwise they would have just told you about it when it happened. Like, nobody's ever held responsible for the information that they present or if they get it wrong. I mean, everybody's a weatherman now, and they just have to kind of get it right, and it's considered entertainment. I've never understood why people put so much merit in the news now.
I haven't watched TV in 20 years, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I
try not to.
Yeah, same here.
More than 20 years, actually.
I watch television for entertainment.
Same.
Not for news.
Well, you can watch it for information, like the science. I got the Smithsonian. I like history, and science. There are programs that you can watch for education, but 98% of it, no.
A great example of publicly covering up information about.
No, not the actual history. I'm talking like when they do the like they do the flyover in a blimp of your state and do. It's all just pretty stuff, your mountains, your rivers, nature stuff.
Well, support your local man with a drone, and
I do.
Go buy his pictures.
I subscribe. I donate to KET through PBS Public Broadcasting. Okay, I support my local shit. But I'm just saying that kind of stuff I like to watch more so, and the conspiracy shit. Come on, I mean, the Vice Channel has some pretty good. If you want news, the Vice Channel got some shit where it'll be like a dude on the ground in Syria telling you what was going on during the last war over there or whatever. That is good.
John,
there's not a political agenda.
That's all fake. It's corporate. Okay? You want real news, it's over here on this platform, YouTube.
Ooh, that's a good one, Sopranos fan. Said, what about all the military guys throughout the years who talked about UFOs showing up at nuclear facilities, like back in wartime, and like shutting down nuclear facilities and stuff like that? I think that's what he's referring to. And then he went into Russia-Ukraine conflict equals nukes equals media wanting to control UFO narrative. It's a whole different tie to what's going on in Russia and Ukraine that I didn't think about.
Well, another thing is what you always go back to whenever there's a war, you always go back to what does one side want? What does the other side want? What's at stake? Is there oil? Is there lithium? Is there gold? Is there strategic military? What is the whole point of the Russia-Ukraine thing, honestly? I know they used to be part of Russia. It's part of the old USSR. But why would Putin all of a sudden just decide this motherfucker is going to make or break himself going to Ukraine?
Well, let me ask you a question, Chris. Why do you think he decided this all of a sudden?
I don't know, honestly. I really don't.
He didn't decide this all of a sudden. He laid out a boundary with the United Nations a little while ago. It didn't just happen.
I mean, the NATO aggression. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I'm not necessarily. I wouldn't blindly support the Ukraine in this. I think.
No, I'm not. I don't support either one of them. But.
No, I think as American citizens, we're kind of made out to think that Russia just came up with this idea that they wanted to take this land back from the Ukraine one day, and that's kind of how you pitched that question, and that's kind of why I asked the way I asked.
Well, I'm just saying, why did they decide to invade? And I get that there was the NATO creeping on their doorstep, and Ukraine's trying to join. And Ukraine used to be part of the old Russia, long before there was ever USSR.
Russia said we're not going to give up any land anymore, and we don't want to. And they were fine with the Ukraine doing what they were doing. And then the situation changed, and they tried to advance more. But
they also went to Georgia, South Ossetia, or whatever, and the Crimea. So I mean, there's been aggression on both sides, no doubt.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree that there's aggression on both sides. I just think as humans watching it and not knowing the information, Americans watching it and not knowing the information.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's stupid for us to speculate on what's going on over there.
Well,
because
you ever watch
we're hype men in a war. We're hype men in a war, and when we don't know what the actual conflict is.
You ever watch the independent journalist over there?
If you want to bring the religious aspect into this, we are definitely living in the times of wars and rumors of wars.
Yeah.
Can we all agree on that?
And money laundering.
Well, that's what Mr. McIntosh is saying. The money laundering. If you think about it, what do politicians love to do? Rob and pillage and steal. So what better way than to have a boogeyman we got to send all this money. Come on, man. And then 55 billion or whatever. Fuck, if you just take 5 billion siphoned off, that's a lot of money. Or if you take 20 billion and separate amongst, and you pay all the media and everybody else off to not report it, to not investigate it and shut anybody up, you can steal a whole 55 billion or whatever. That 55 billion was just the number they give you of the aid we give the Ukraine or whatever for the U.S. themselves. But
so
that's a whole lot of money you can siphon.
We have to really wonder then who's the real enemy of the American people. Is it really Russia or is it the United States government?
Well, I do not. I love the government, the IRS. I love the ATF, the DEA. I love all these organizations personally, but
Oh yeah, of course you do. That's why you're John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith.
yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
It's the nice thing you said as you're not showing your face or your name. But yeah, okay.
Hey,
His name
you're a
is
sovereign
William
citizen. You're
Why I'm in the shadows here. That's
undisclosed location.
yeah.
He's like Robert
Brandon
Stack
also
in
said,
Unsolved
what
Mysteries.
about,
Maybe you.
So Brandon Span also said, what about the Nazi biolab aspect of the Ukraine?
There were Nazis in Ukraine. There is pictures, videos, documentation. There are Nazis in the Ukraine.
Yeah, did you not see that?
No, yeah, I mean, I saw that. I know that. Yeah, I mean, they joined up in World War II. This is just an offshoot of their granddads, basically.
Well, I think it brings back the UFO topic of when we're talking about UFOs or AUPs and extraterrestrials, because I think we were talking about extraterrestrials most of the night.
Right.
I think we should be also talking about whose UFOs they are, whether we're talking about Nazi UFOs, which there might be pictures of on the internet that we've seen probably if we've dug into.
I have to wonder why Nazis are always doing better when there's a Democrat in the White House.
What was that?
Like,
Why are Nazis always doing better when there's a Democrat in the White House? I fail to see the correlation, but it seems.
remember the old Kecksburg, Pennsylvania UFO? They say that was the Nazi Bell.
I was pretty hook, line, and sinker sold on that story that the Die Glock or the Von der Waal weapon was the Nazi bell that they were working on, and when they described the letters on the sides of the Kecksburg incident that they brought apparently they brought it out on a flatbed, and they described some of the writing on the side of it. And I wonder if it could have just been German and American.
Right. It must be alien because people were stupid.
Aliens from outer space.
Well, also, you remember the Nazis were obsessed with the Egyptians and the Sumerians and all that, so they could have just put the good luck symbols of Egypt at the time and been like, oh my God, it's alien.
Right.
So speaking of the in guys that you just mentioned over there, I recently watched a documentary on the U-boats, the underwater boats, and how successful they were back in World War II, except for one thing. Their weakness was this. The underwater boats had to come back up to the surface because they needed to grab air to, first of all, vent their engines and to grab oxygen for everyone to breathe. So, how do you solve this problem? That you have to build these underwater boats so they can stay underwater. Well, what was the technology that came along to allow this to happen? Nuclear technology. So you take nuclear technology, you can now create water, air, and your energy to actually run the engines of the underwater boat, and you can literally stay there for forever. The only thing that now you have to come up to the surface for is, well, you have people in that boat, and they need food.
Right. Food is it.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think the U-boats engineering at the time proved itself to be so advanced that we were finding U-boats turning up after World War II.
Yeah.
South America, everywhere.
Of which was part of this documentary, and they made a note of that after the war supposedly ended, and a part of Operation Paperclip. The Americans, the British, and the Russians got some underwater boats, and they all started tearing them apart and figuring out this technology. And that's what brought upon the Cold War is because
Right.
Americans thought, hey, not only do we have this technology over here, but we know the Russians also have this over here, and they're going to tear this apart and go at it as well. But we figured out, oh, the secret to nuclear technology is what's going to allow us to now stay underwater, and our ships are much larger than what was back in World War II. And
Hey,
we had
Jacob,
these
read
missiles that have warheads on them that can just blow everything up.
read a couple of Kevin's last comments here.
So Kevin has some good ones, and I wanted to talk on some of them because he was talking about Dr. Michael Sala, and I've actually talked to Dr. Michael Sala. I think Michael McIntosh may have as well, but there are portals to other dimensions in the Ukraine, according to Dr. Michael Sala. And there's okay. So apparently there's portals in a couple different countries. I've heard about them in the Ukraine. I've heard about them in where's Dracula supposedly from? What's
Transylvania,
Pennsylvania? Apparently, there's portals in Transylvania. I've heard
Egypt, obviously,
Egypt. Yeah,
yeah,
Arizona.
Iraq.
There's stuff in Arizona.
Iraq. What was it? Iraq back in?
it was
that used to be.
there was some actual platform that they were talking about, but they were the Iraq Stargates. Were they talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Persia,
probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard a lot of them,
Yeah.
and usually they fall on. Supposedly, they add significance to the ley lines. I don't know how much merit I put in ley lines, and but I don't know. Everybody's different about what they think about where the portals are and where they fall and what's the significance of them, where they go. But I've heard some people speculate they're passages to inner Earth, and I've heard some people talk about them as like stargates. So I guess what you define a portal as makes a difference. But I didn't know what Sopranos fan was talking about with Nord Stream pipeline and Seymour Hirsch.
That's the gas. Isn't that the gas pipeline that goes through Ukraine to Russia or Europe? That basically, if Russia controls it, they control the gas gas lines
it's
of
not
Europe.
there anymore, and that's too incredibly circumstantial. Yeah, who knows what really happened there?
Well, and also what was going on with the control of their recent nuclear activity. Didn't they take over a nuclear plant as well? And
They did.
People come in to verify that they weren't trying to sabotage the nuclear plant. They had a mutual party come in just for the safety of basically everybody around to make sure that the Russians weren't trying to do anything.
Help. The Russians allegedly shelled at Chernobyl, and I'm thinking, why? What's the point of that? To scare people, I guess.
You know, Russia never really controlled the lines of Europe, by the way. That's just more anti-Russian nonsense coming out of Washington, D.C. at this point. There's plenty of natural gas along the coast of Europe that the Russian...
I was going to say, doesn't the north of Scotland and Ireland is full of gas up there?
Yep, Norway.
Yeah.
There's plenty of it.
I've heard that because it was like, oh yeah, we found all this gas up here. It'll supply us for hundreds of years.
Yeah, I mean that's more just a kind of speaking as a European American.
Right. Same.
Yeah, that's more of just a kind of friendly relations thing between, especially Germany and Russia, is that they do trade with each other whenever it's kind of possible. Because, you know, they fought a very bitter war against each other, so they're trying to do everything that they can to bridge gaps. And
now, does one of those Ukrainian power plants control a lot of power in Eastern Europe, though? Is that what they're talking about? Like,
no, the one that they were talking about basically controlled all of the Ukraine, and if anything was to happen to it, it would have affected the whole area of the Ukraine and part of Russia. And,
okay.
I mean, who knows how much, aspect after that, like when it comes to pollution and other stuff. But if they were to to mess up the nuclear plant on purpose, it would have had a bigger impact than just what was going on between the two countries.
This is what these Cold War idiots will do. There's, I mean, Joe Biden's like 1,000 years old. He's stuck in the 1960s, and these people want you to think that Russia's this giant evil monstrosity that needs to be united against, and it's doing all this harm to Europe and blah blah blah, and playing on our sympathies as most Americans are of European descent, so we have this natural affinity for the well-being of Europe, and it's just nonsense. None of it's true. It's all propaganda, and it's designed to motivate you to be anti-Russian and sympathize with what they're doing, which we have no business doing, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. But that's my opinion.
So is the whole UFO thing a distraction to keep us occupied from worrying about what's going on in Russia or Ukraine?
It could be used as such for sure, and so could a lot of things.
What's the
train derailments and
space arc?
Sure. Well, have you noticed that the train derailments were happening in states that Biden didn't win in?
True, like you should have voted for me.
Yeah, exactly.
What's going on, Brett?
Nothing.
We are talking about UFOs tonight and flying saucers.
I saw that. Enjoy.
What do you got for us? What do you think about all of the Chinese balloons going on and the recent sightings with like the Tic Tac incident, and we were talking about the train derailments recently. What do you think about everything going on? We were wondering if it was some kind of a distraction, if it was real events just happening and we just happened to be witnessing them all, or you got a take on it?
Not really.
Not really. We also, so here's another one you might like. We were also talking about the significance in a higher power, religion, and what an alien aspect might be, because we were describing it as like, say humans in the past were to say that like the gods are the reason that we have an eclipse or something like that. Like a god's carrying the sun in a chariot and he's bringing it across the sky. Like we've described things in the past as being higher powers or gods. Do you think aliens could possibly be interchangeable? Do you think an advanced species could also be mistaken for a god? Oh, come on. I thought you had that one for me. I know you got a good religious aspect.
Will religious people freak out upon a stage or a real alien invasion? A real one, I think everybody's going to freak out, but a staged alien invasion per se, where it's all in the sky. Do you believe religions of the world will freak out and people will give up their faith, or more people will be drawn to faith?
No, the Pope readied us for this. Don't worry. The Pope said he'd be happy to teach Catholicism to any extraterrestrial races.
He's already molested all the boys, so he might as well start molesting aliens.
Well, I was going to say, why not restart the Crusades on the...
enough to worry about. I just don't think they should bring...
the Galaxy Crusades.
Their crusade is hopefully coming soon.
Hey, it's like Mel Brooks and Spaceballs Part 2: The Search for More Money.
I'll be right back.
I don't know that everybody I would never say that everybody in the Catholic Church or the Pope is bad. There's a lot of bad things going on around the Catholic Church where people are definitely overstepping their authority, and I believe they should be punished, and I don't think the church should protect them.
I think we should destroy the Catholic Church, but
no, I know your view on it. You want to pull up with a tank. But
Well,
You better watch
I
out for those
personally-
Vatican assassins.
I personally can't say
Whatever,
that on
man.
the panel that I would want anybody to do anything against the Catholic Church. I just think anybody that's doing crimes against humanity, whether it's an individual or you want to classify it as a group, if you can prove it, they should be brought to justice. I don't think civilian justice is ever the right answer.
I might be Irish, but I'm not a choir boy. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do know exactly what you're saying.
I don't sing in that choir.
Means he's Protestant, Jacob.
My kneeling days are over.
Or former Catholic, whichever.
I was never either.
Never either. All right.
Nah, if you Google, or actually, sorry, if you YouTube Michael McIntosh, for some reason this video about the name and location of the Antichrist comes up. I don't know what that's all about, but
Well, I suspected it all along. We knew once we met Jake Hudson and then you that it must have been a no coincidence.
I am not the Antichrist, by the way. I am actually a Christian.
Oh, shit.
Hey, Jacob, just want to chime in here real quick. Jacob, could you please check your private message that I just sent you on Facebook?
Yes.
If you can actually do that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please continue. Thank you.
Jacob, check your messages, Jacob.
If he can actually check his messages and bring up what I'd like to bring him up, I want to freak you guys out, really.
What's Terry got now?
I am about to
Rabbit.
disclose some information here.
Terry Hopper is a Catholic priest. We just didn't know it.
Giving Jacob Waters the exclusive here.
You need the breaking news sound. The little like the old days on the radio.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So, Jacob, can you actually check your Facebook or not?
He's on mute. He's looking.
We need the vamp here. So.
Yeah, give me
UFOs. Well, once again, I'll tell you. I mean, the very first time that I saw the television show, what was it? The Greatest American Hero.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air.
Yeah. Yeah. Starring
That's a classic.
Robert Culp and William Catt. I'll tell you, the very first time I saw that UFO, it captivated me. It really did. That's what got me interested in so many things. It not only just going out and looking up at the sky and wondering what's really out there, to gosh, wouldn't it be great if we could actually pilot one of these ourselves? All the way to, okay, how did they really do this on the Hollywood scale? With special effects. And it's just opened up the imagination. Yeah, one of my absolute favorites too. That and Flight of the Navigator. I would love to have the sport model that Bob Lazar talked about, and that movie I actually modeled. So, yeah, Jacob, how you doing over there on Facebook?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just unmuted. I'm loading it up right now. I just pulled open the message. I have an answer for you.
Okay.
Believe it or not, Terry's walking on air.
What am I walking
I
into?
never thought I could feel so free. Flying away, oh, wing and a prayer. Who could
Can it be?
Believe it or not, it's just me.
It was the greatest corny show ever.
There, you can use that on your voicemail now. Isn't that what George Costanza did?
Yeah, on Seinfeld.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great. Wait a minute. What's a voicemail now anymore? Anyway,
Yeah.
who actually talks on the phone?
Old people, myself
So just
included.
FYI, Terry, this is why I usually don't pull things up. It takes me 20 minutes. Can I share this logo with? It's still not even loading your message. I only got a piece of it.
Really?
Hold on one second.
Not even that big
Can
of
I
a
share this
file. Oh my
with-
goodness.
Yeah, no, I've been loading it since you told me about it.
Your laptop is slow.
Yeah, no, I think it's, I don't know if it's StreamYard. I think I need to just start using OBS. StreamYard just doesn't let me run that many features when I have like 5 people on, or if I'm sharing info at the same time.
Well, you hire a professional, you get a professional's job.
I see how it is. Who's?
No, but seriously, I'm about to show you guys and gals a UFO.
An actual UFO?
It's embedded.
Is this the?
And
is
it
this
magically
you showed
showed
me?
up. It wasn't intentional, but I'm gonna point it out to you, and you'll freak out about it. If Jacob can actually bring this up, I ran with this logo for approximately a decade, and this was my company's logo. This was the logo for my sound and lighting production company, and I actually commissioned an actual artist that does this, and she's local here. And I won't mention the name because she's innocent here. And she created this logo for me, and I just simply said, I'd really like a logo to go along with my company and what I do with the stage lighting and special effects and whatever you come up with. I'm sure it'll be great. And she nailed it on this first one. And if Jacob can bring this up,
I got it now. Now I've seen it. Now I've seen it. Okay, I'm sharing it now.
Yeah,
I finally got to see it.
Okay.
I see the significance now.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I'm gonna share it. Should be sharing here in the next second. I'm gonna try to put our faces to the side of it so it'll come up. I also have that document too. Now that I opened up your tab.
Yeah.
All right. Switch the screen. Yeah, this is brutal. Waiting for this to share. Gosh, you had to interrupt me. You should have just messaged me in the private chat.
I'm gonna have a cigarette here.
Organic. Yeah, no, it's just too slow on my end. I apologize. And it's also slowing me down because I just clicked Mud Rabbit's comment that says, "Hey," and that's also slowing down StreamYard. This is bizarre to me. But yeah.
Well, Jacob, if you didn't have AOL 9.0 as your,
I don't have any AOL. I'm always connected. I have an Ethernet cable. Like I don't. I'm using fiber optics. I don't have any other programs running.
Hey, I know what it is. The cyber police are onto you, Jacob. That's what it is.
Right. If everybody wouldn't be recording my show, then I'd probably.
Oh, here we go.
The safer thing.
Yeah, Terry. Believe it or not, George is in here.
So, gosh, what? Okay, I guess. Well, I can't point to you and say, okay, you see that? Well, there it is. So, what are we looking at here? Well, we are looking at my logo, and you might see a star that's highlighted and all lit up.
Cowboys.
You'll see a spotlight on the stage. But you if you look at it in a different way, you'll also see a UFO coming down out of space
Yeah.
and landing on top of the Great
A
Pyramid.
mountain. Oh, or pyramid.
Or a
Okay.
mountain. Yeah, sure. A mountain or the Great Pyramid. Do you see it?
All right. Well, I see the pyramid
You
now,
see
but
it
I just
now?
saw mountain. Yeah. Okay.
I see the nice inverted pentagram also.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Macintosh is the Antichrist allegedly, so he would know that.
That's what YouTube says. Anyway, I don't know.
Not quite, fully inverted here, just, slightly off. Yeah, to the 45 degree.
And they did say something about the Antichrist being president one day. So I mean, it's all lining up. YouTube got you pinned, buddy.
Yep. Well,
No, but yeah, I see the pyramid. Like when you said you're like in the pyramid, I'm like mountain. Okay, UFOs above the mountain. Okay, I see the light coming down.
Yeah.
I'm from the north.
I like that. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I
I'm from
pointed
the
that
very
out
far
to
north.
the artist, and she. Yeah.
You better trademark it, Terry, or somebody will take it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's
Because some other UFO nerd's gonna go, I like that, and then they'll just replicate it, trademark it.
yeah,
Yep.
sure. Right. Of course. But yeah, I got my money's worth out of it already, so yeah.
All right,
Whatever. Yeah.
it'd be cool on a T-shirt or a sticker as
Absolutely.
well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it kind of looks like a Close Encounters of the Third Kind kind of like poster, just silhouette. Because it was
I
all
don't
like
know,
because they were up.
Maybe I'll make a nice table game based on.
What was the place they filmed that was supposed to be like? Oh, it's the higher up plateau.
What's a Canadian?
Was it Canadian?
Yeah.
You're a Canadian.
Euro Canadian?
That's Canadian Patriot, one of our guests.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about. I thought you were a part Canadian, Mr. Macintosh.
I don't know. I heard about that.
I've heard about this land, but it's an unheard of land. Like, are you trying to act like Canada's like Atlantis, or what are we doing here?
I think he doesn't like the guy who's running the joint now.
Oh no, everybody loves Trudeau. That blackface wearing leader he is.
I mean, come on. Okay, how did that guy how did that picture not come out before he ran? Number one, and number two,
He came out and then he ran again and then won again. What are you talking about? The public knew, like they didn't care.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, if you put me or Jacob Waters in that picture, we'd never show our face again.
They're too busy getting high up there.
Yeah, I guess.
Not all Canadians.
I mean, it is cold as shit most of the time. So hey.
I love me some
It
Tom
is
Green.
quite.
Tom Green's probably the only one I could point to that I really like. Ooh, Jim Carrey's not too bad. His comedy, I don't want to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Carrey's a little loony, but his comedy is good. Hey, now wait a minute. Mike Myers.
Mike Myers. Okay.
He has his moments.
Yeah, I'm not a big Justin Bieber fan. I'm not a big Drake fan.
Now isn't John Candy from Canada? He was funny.
He doesn't even seem Canadian. He seems
I
like
thought he was.
I'm just saying he seems like he's a Midwestern.
Yeah, I mean, he always played the part well. The guys from SCTV, those were all the Canadians. Dave Thomas, I know Macintosh remembers. Remember Dave, Doug, and on SCTV? Doug, oh, God. Was it Bob and Doug, eh? All the Canadian, eh?
Oh, the Bob and Tom show?
No.
I don't know who you're talking about.
On SCTV, it was like Dave Thomas and Martin or Rick Moranis.
Is that like the BBC for Canada?
Right.
Oh yeah,
and
I remember that.
And remember, they'd be drinking beer and they'd be outside, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I know you remember who was the other guy that was on like public PBS?
Fred Rogers.
We're talking about Canadian people again because it just came up again that we don't know very many that we actually like.
Are
they
the
were talking about
Canadians
Trudeau.
responsible for the balloons that traveled over our
Yeah,
continent?
Canada is responsible. Red, green. Remember
Are
red,
they?
green?
I mean, hey, that theory was put out there. Were they even lifted up? Where were they lifted off to begin with?
Well, yeah, I don't think they made it across the ocean undetected for that like long period. Like I don't know. You'd have to really know air currents, and like that would take some serious dedication if they were really like. How did we know they were Chinese balloons? Like I haven't
Well,
like
they're
we just kind of
whatever.
accepted that from the media, didn't we?
From whatever country the Democrats are picking on at the moment.
But why would the Democrats want to be picking on China when Donald Trump was hard on China? They should be
Because
doing the exact
because
opposite of whatever Donald Trump did, because Donald Trump was a big orange bad man.
well, Donald Trump is a Democrat, firstly, but
I 100% think he's a Democrat. I think he knows how to.
He is a Democrat. He donated to everybody, but bro, the Clintons and shit were at his wedding. Come on, man.
Well, and also think about all he did is he registered himself as a Democrat first, realized what it was like to run in the Democratic Party. He goes, "Oh, I can probably play this heel and go run against the Republicans." At the time, he was already friends with Vince McMahon and Dana White.
Right.
He knew how to play roles. He was doing The Apprentice. Like he's been an actor his whole life. He knows how to get across on people.
Exactly.
Like
I mean, come on,
I
bro.
always thought he was a Democrat.
You think if he's a real Republican back in the 1970s, 80s, 90s in New York City, he ever would have got any business? No.
do you think if he was a real Republican, he would have signed off on mass vaccination? I mean,
I don't know.
I think
seriously.
he obtained vaccines. I don't think he signed off on vaccinating the public by choice.
It's definitely
did.
not
He did.
about Democrat versus Republican at this point.
Yeah, because I don't think it really matters, honestly.
Those people
Well, when we're
get
talking
that
about
out of
games
the
that the
way.
media plays, I think that's a key game that the media plays. They want it to be Democrat versus Republican. They want this divide in society. I don't think it's. I mean, they would argue which is better, the Democratic or Republican side, when they know regardless
There's
we're
no
never going
side.
to get. What was that?
There is no side. It's all controlled leftism, pretending to be Republican and Democrat. There's no.
That's what I figure. The left-right illusion.
But
it's all controlled leftism.
That makes it not leftist to me, though. That makes it money-based. Like if you look at the rich people on the top on either side, if they're a rich Republican or a rich Democrat, they kind of go the same way.
Yep.
It's money.
Because because it's leftism, and that's. I mean, leftism is money. Is preoccupied with money, regardless of the issues at hand.
Mr. McIntosh is not wrong, because I always said if somebody ran as a true libertarian, somebody who was, it'd have to be somebody with notoriety, name, fame, money, whatever. But if they ran as a true libertarian, the fucking Democrats and Republicans would be shitting on that motherfucker left and right. There'd be no positive coverage on any TV, radio, internet, whatever, except for independent media. He would be marginalized. But if they were rich or famous enough, they could get beyond that because of, social media and different platforms we have now.
Yep. Have you guys heard of Bitcoin?
Good question, Andre. My answer is Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it
about
depends
it.
on what you're talking about. Like, what is a true Republican when you're asking that question, Andre? Are you saying what is a corrupt Republican? Because I think the idea of a Republican is kind of corrupt. I want somebody that's more conservative, and I like the classical idea of a libertarian, not the new idea of a liberal when you're talking about leftists, but more the libertarian idea of it's my body. I don't want the government to protect me from myself. I think the government's job is to protect you from harming others. And I don't think any citizen has the right to harm any other person. And as long as they're not harming other people, the government shouldn't infringe on them. That's always been my libertarian side. And my conservative side is let's not make programs and taxable things where we're wasting society's money on things we probably don't need.
Well, Jacob, you sound like me. Fiscally conservative, socially liberal. Live and let live, but we ain't gonna spend no money on no stupid shit to break it down for the common man.
Yeah, basically. I want to know where my money's going. I want to know where my tax dollars are going. I think that's
exactly
something that we wanted when we established this country. I think that was something that we looked for. That they wanted fair taxation. Fair taxation, just
representation. Yeah.
Like
is that an oxymoron?
Just tell me where it's going. I don't want it.
Yeah, exactly. I say fuck the taxation too, Michael. But I get the idea for the common good. I'm not opposed to it. But fuck, look at all the money that's untaxed at churches that could pay for all kinds of medical bills. I'm just saying. And those churches have names like Baptist Hospital, Jewish Hospital, Catholic Hospital. Shouldn't those churches take care of the medical bills for their poor congregants so they can give them more money?
Churches do more donations than any other entity that's untaxed. So I would
hope so.
Not all churches. I agree with that. But Republican churches actually give more donations than a lot of other people do.
Oh yeah, I know that. I'm not talking about Republicans. I'm just talking churches in general.
But they only donate it to causes that they think are considered valid. I mean,
conservative values or
they don't
progressive values.
Yeah.
How come one of the wealthiest states in the country has no income tax?
That's true.
Texas has
I don't
no
think
income
Scientology
taxes.
is donating. I don't think Scientology is donating the money.
No, of course not. That's a whole different racket.
And other tax exempt.
That's a Star Trek religion with a racket, tax diversion. But as you were saying, Jacob, I'm the same way. Socially, liberal, fiscally conservative. Quit wasting money on stupid shit. So to answer the question of who is the ideal Republican, it'd probably be like Thomas Jefferson. You'd have to probably go back that far, even though there was no Republican Party at the time. It doesn't mean the person has to be a registered Republican. Like Lincoln is the ideal Republican. Reagan, I know. Eisenhower. There's different ones. FDR is the Democrat. Kennedy, Clinton, whatever. I get the idea, but somebody who actually walked the walk or talked the talk of the supposed ideas of the Republican Party, you probably would have to go back to like a Thomas Jefferson, a George Washington, John Adams. Even though Adams and Jefferson hated each other, died on the same day, both of their dying words allegedly were, at least the country has John Adams. And then when Jefferson dies, or that's when Jefferson died. Then Adams died. He said, at least the country has Thomas Jefferson, not knowing that they died on the same day. Founding fathers or whatever. Two people that hated each other still had the same common core values, or whatever, allegedly. So we're told. Well, so, I can't think of anybody in recent time that really lived up to Republican or Democratic values of what they say they believe.
The way that our party's values change, we can look back at past presidents and we think we would classify them in that way today because of our current belief about what party ideology is. Like we have different things that we're looking for now. We're like body autonomy is probably one of the biggest things that Americans are voting for, and religious beliefs and freedom of speech. I would say these things probably weren't that big of an issue in the past. Like
no, because it didn't matter.
Especially with cyber issues. Like when you're talking about freedom of speech, we didn't have to use the freedom of press aspect of it. Like freedom of press and where we got freedom of speech from it is what we deal with now today. And
I thought we evolved past that where we quit worrying about free speech and freedom of religion. We're devolving back to like more censorship and control, like, segregation in a different way.
Well, and we've done that over time for centuries. I think people will give up rights in order to feel protected. And
like cameras everywhere, police patting you down for no reason, TSA grabbing your dick. stripping you naked and taking a radioactive picture of you? Sure, why not? To get on this
But
giant can in the air.
But if the majority of society feels safer because that's going on, you have to accept it as a whole. That's just how a democratic.
So you lose a little liberty for the illusion of security.
Well, you succumb to whatever the masses want, whether the masses are right.
And
or
I
not.
get it. We all go along to get along. We don't like being metal detector to go to a basketball game or a concert or an event for Comic-Con or whatever.
Yeah.
But we just do it because it's like, all right, I already paid my money. Fuck, it's $20 to park. Fuck, all right, come on. So that's how they get you. Whether it's, I get the airport needs to be safe.
We should make gay divorce illegal. We should make gay divorce illegal so that they can realize how miserable the rest of us are.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said that forever. Well, let them be married so they can see how dumb to
do. We got to make straight divorce illegal too, then, because there's no reason.
No, just gay divorce. Just gay divorce.
Very simple decisions.
Just gay divorce.
Straight people's problem is they get married 6 times and finally decide on the 5th one.
Now, Jacob, just because that's the way it worked out for you, you know. Why is she with you?
Why is she with you? Yeah,
that was the funniest shit ever.
No, the real question is, why have I been with the same person for over 10 years and we're not married?
Yeah, come on, Jacob. If you want it, you should have put a ring on it.
I mean, thank you, Beyonce.
Start singing.
Shout out to Queen Bee in the chat.
Well, but if it works for you tax purpose wise or whatever, it's just a contract anyway.
I mean, I guess we've already been, what was it, commonly law married for at least 3 years.
Yeah. Depends on if your state recognizes it or your insurance or whatever. That's all that matters. It gives a fuck. You can marry.
I think Illinois used to recognize it, but they don't recognize it anymore.
Yeah.
It's a 7-year mark.
Okay, now here's another idea. Since we were talking about the whole UFO, UAP, the programs, project, all that, Project Looping, everything like that. Since Terry hasn't said anything in a while, I'm going to ask him something so he doesn't fall asleep in the darkness over there. Do you feel like conservatives / libertarians, real liberals, ones who are for, or basically right-wing Republicans who used to be hardcore left-wing liberals now, like freedom for guns and speech and religion and, don't let the government make any rules and taxation. Okay. Right. So do you think who's more open-minded to not being like, not necessarily violent, because there's nothing you could do, I guess, but who do you think is going to be more accepting of actual alien or UFO, as we call them? Like, it's real, there's aliens, we talk to them, etc. Who's going to flip out less? Right-wingers or left-wingers or whatever? Liberals or conservatives?
Oh, the aliens told me that we should make gun ownership mandatory.
Make guns mandatory? Well, that'd be all right.
Yeah, the aliens told me that.
Wait, did you ask me or did you ask Michael?
No, I was asking you, Terry. I said, Terry, who would you think would flip out less? People who are more conservative or people who are more liberal? Like when the shit is like it's not a hologram. The aliens going, Terry, let's go for a ride. I'm going to tell you about some shit, whatever. Who do you think is going to be more accepting of that, or who's going to like kill themselves or try to fight or shoot them or whatever? What do you think is going to happen? Is it going to be more accepted on one or the other, like the right or the left? Or do you think it's going to be equal craziness of each group just flips the fuck out and then some will be accepting?
Well, to answer your question, only coming from, speaking from personal experience, I'm blessed to be in the position that I've been able to travel as much as I have and to have had so many experiences with all of the people that I've had. So would I be open-minded to the idea of aliens coming from outer space and actually physically landing or hovering over the Great Pyramid over in Egypt or any major city here in America, golly, would I accept it? I don't know. Could I see them up close?
No, I'm saying if they showed up in your farmland,
And,
you're chilling with the burger on the wood stove. It's March or February. They come knock on the door.
Yeah.
Let's go for a ride.
Get off my lawn, first of all. Who do you
I'm just
think
saying,
you
like,
are?
I know
wanna
you're
see
going to be
some
accepting.
ID here.
You're going to be open-minded and accepting. But which side of we're talking about the political side of it? Which side, the left or the right wingers, are going to freak out the most, or is it going to be an equal amount of both?
Right. That's a good question. Politically speaking, I mean, who?
Well, I think it would be the left more than likely would freak out more because they can't accept that their whims are not in control of every single thing. I think most people on the right are a lot more pragmatic and realistic.
Yeah, I mean, who's going to look at it from a religious standpoint? Who's going to look at it as, okay, the possibility of UFOs from Mars, as it was back in the 50s. Now, today, it's more of like, hey, maybe they're from a far-off galaxy from the Pleiades.
Zeta Reticuli?
Or the Andromeda galaxy. Who knows where they're from now?
Right. I'm just saying Zeta Reticuli because everybody's heard that, in the community.
Sure.
But yeah.
Let me play the devil's advocate with this.
Yeah.
I like Michael's answer. I like your answer. I like the fact that I do think more libertarians or liberals would freak out. More people on the left would freak out.
The left now, not like a true. I'm not saying the true meaning of left, but the left as it is now. Everybody gets a trophy, cancel everybody, etc., etc.
Well, and the reason I believe it isn't the same as Michael's, but it is the same. Michael said it's because he thinks these people question things more. I think Republicans are more privy to a good conspiracy. I think Republicans are more open to jump on a conspiracy train before the left is.
And that's probably because more libertarians, old school libertarians like myself, I don't vote either. I'm still registered independent, no bullshit. But if you find yourself voting more one party than you used to. It used to be the left wing dude was the pro pot smoker. Let's end the wars. Let's fucking bring manufacturing back here. And you're like, God damn, that sounds like the MAGA kind of guy did, sort of. But 30 years later.
Libertarian and not what we call a leftist today. Like, I do think there's a weird distinction, and that comes with our reclassifying of what we call the left and the right.
Right. The parties have switched again, just like they did in the 60s, just like they did during the Civil War.
I think libertarians now are centrists. You look at your Bill Maher's, you look at your Jon Stewart's. Like, I don't consider Jon Stewart to be a diehard Democrat.
No, because isn't that fucked up? You're a centrist if you call out bullshit on both sides.
Yeah.
And both sides hate certain parts. The extreme part of both sides hate you. You're a Bill Maher's a fucking liberal piece of shit, and then he's like. And then you got Ben Shapiro going, I agree with Bill Maher.
Yeah,
and it's like, wait a minute.
Going, well, you should have tore apart Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, they're both leftists.
Now, see, Mr. McIntosh says they're both leftists because he's saying that both parties are actually fighting, but they're both on the left hand of the paradigm.
Most Republicans will say that about any libertarian that's in the media. Because the media could possibly be a controlled tactic. If they're on TV, and they did the same thing with Joe Rogan. I consider Joe Rogan to be a Democrat and maybe leaning more towards a libertarian.
Well, you know what? Joe Rogan and Bill Maher are classic liberal Democrats, old school liberal Democrats. You knew where they stood. They could look at both sides.
More of a Democrat though, because of his support of Bernie Sanders. I think.
Well, yeah, I get that, but that's just because people supported Bernie just like they did Trump because it was something different.
I agree.
Allegedly.
But I do think he represents classic Democratic ideas. Bernie Sanders is a rare example of somebody that's been running on the same ideas for 40 years.
Right.
I mean,
I know that. I'm just
changed up his policies. They just get classified differently.
Hey, a lot of people voted for now. Michael McIntosh remembers this guy. Ross Perot could have won in '92, especially with a little more exposure and the right manipulating of the media. He could have won.
Didn't he run an independent?
Votes from other people.
He did.
That's the thing. It's like, I mean, how can you really expect to be elected president of the United States and not be either a Republican or a Democrat?
Well, George Washington didn't have a official party. He was George Washington was the last president we had that didn't officially have a party. So that tells you something, right? I mean, it seems like the presidency's been controlled pretty much since then.
But it's just, you got to be one or the other, really, regardless of where you actually stand.
To be able to win, yeah.
Well, and the craziest thing is people don't realize is, okay, so you have somebody like Bernie Sanders who decides to run as a Democrat. The Democratic Party is no longer going to win because of how established Bernie Sanders was. He was running with somebody else in his same party, and he had great notoriety.
Right.
You know how many people jumped from Bernie Sanders to Donald Trump because they didn't
want
Hillary Clinton to win?
A lot.
Yeah.
You want to know what got me interested in?
And I compared that to Ross Perot, though. I was thinking about that when he said Ross Perot. Well,
yeah.
Similar. Like Ross Perot was just stealing votes from somebody else.
Well, it wasn't necessarily that. Perot had a good message. He was a billionaire who ran IBM or whatever in Texas, down there in Houston. But what it was is he had the George Bush conservative part about spending, but he had the liberal Clinton part. Well, Clinton wasn't really as liberal as you think, but
that's true.
As we know, but Perot kind of got some hit. Perot wasn't going to be one of those lock up every pot smoker as 100 years. So he was more socially liberal. So he kind of got both. Well, so a lot of people looked at it. Well, I like it. Wait a minute, that guy Perot kind of says what I like about common sense. Remember what Ross Perot's most famous thing was? I'm all ears. I'm all ears. People made fun of that. What he was saying was it was part of his NAFTA thing. Clinton later signed NAFTA, of course, and it was that NAFTA sound is the sound of all the jobs going out of the country for manufacturing.
94.
92 was the election.
So, somewhere around there, yeah.
But now Ross Perot did run again in 96 and didn't do dick, but he was marginalized by then. But 92, he split the vote enough so Clinton won. Without Ross Perot, Bush would have won re-election.
That's the theory, yeah. I lived through that. I wasn't old enough yet to vote in 92, but Clinton signed the NAFTA in 94. Matter of fact, I wrote a paper on that in my high school senior year economics class.
I was thinking you said the year is elected, my bad. But yeah, 94 was NAFTA.
Class that got an A on that project. Yeah.
But what happened? The jobs didn't just go to Mexico. They went to China, Bangladesh, Taiwan, wherever.
It was supposed to open up trade, and it did. It opened up trade to the world. That's exactly what NAFTA did.
Yep.
It's why we're where we are now.
Right. Because it made it cheaper and tax purposes and every damn thing else. Now I will say Trump tried to do some of but doing it on just China with steel wasn't going to do it. It was for show. But the idea of reversing NAFTA would work because eventually somebody's going to have to make something here to be self-sufficient.
We're going to make Bitcoin.
By the way, can I comment on Andre Little's comment here? If you can bring that back up, where he talked about Bernie Sanders. What got me interested in Bernie Sanders when he was running for president fairly recently was the fact that I actually watched, and you can look this up, and this is right here on YouTube. there's a video of him in Congress where he is speaking for 8 hours straight, where he doesn't go to the restroom, doesn't go eat or anything. He is at the podium for 8 hours long. And yes, I have watched this whole thing, not just sitting there and watching it, full on or whatever, because it's 8 hours long, but had this on while I'm doing work in the background, and he makes legitimate points where he is arguing against a passage of a bill, and it's so important that he's not just talking nonsense. He's making point after point after point after point after point after point. Again, he's standing there 8 hours long. I challenge anyone to do that. If you want to know what it takes to not only be just a politician, but to actually be a public servant and to actually do your work as a congressman, as an elected official, to be expected to do what you're supposed to do, and that is argue over points in every law that should be passed and actually read the law before voting on it. That's what got me interested in Bernie Sanders. Again, I say, anyone, can you debate anything for 8 hours long? Go ahead, Jacob Walters. I yield.
So
I want to answer Bossman's question, Jacob. I'm gonna go mute here.
We'll get to that one next. But since we're on Bernie Sanders, so I was going to vote for Bernie Sanders originally, and then I looked into some of his policies a little bit more. I do respect him for being consistent with his ideas, but he does have some very bad ideas when it comes to getting people out of poverty. And he was saying, he said several times actually, and there's video footage of it on YouTube, that during the Great Depression, having people in lines waiting for food and stuff was beneficial for building back society. And the fact that they had to, like, rather than having a safety net and letting people pull out with their money, these big businesses, and rather than having a safety net around society, it was more beneficial to build back from the bottom. And I don't necessarily think that's true. I think we should have been more worried about big business from the beginning and Wall Street and what was going on when we had some of the crashes that we've had, because I do think it was really detrimental to society. That could you imagine how many people lost their lives in the Depression just because of some of the horrible decisions made by the government? I couldn't. It's probably unfathomable.
Stories from our grandparents about the Depression.
Well, also nowadays, FDR or Kennedy'd probably be considered a Republican. Yeah. That's what's crazy about shit.
But Bossman says most of the jobs went to Mexico.
Well, yeah, that's because that's where they went there first, and then they realized it was even cheaper to go somewhere else, because once the jobs left to go to Mexico, and I get NAFTA as part of the trade agreement between, Mexico, Canada. I get that. So the jobs that went to China and other places aren't considered part of NAFTA, but Mexico was the door that let the jobs out, like forever. Like the manufacturing was dissipating since the 60s. We get it.
And NAFTA is obviously old news by now. There's
right, but that was the door.
Non-agreements and piracy to go along with it anyway.
Right, not giving China all the military and technology.
It all points to the same thing, though. Whether it was sending jobs to Mexico or sending jobs to China, we were trying to cut out the rate that we were making things. We looked at the production of things coming out of the U.S. The quality of things we were building in the U.S. prior to sending them off to Mexico or to China and getting cheaper labor were great. They were lasting a long time. Car manufacturing, whether it was...
That means you don't have to buy them more often. They can't make no money.
Exactly. Like, we knew what it was. It was just like everything else.
Dude, hey.
Following the money.
General Electric has had they're not here anymore, but General Electric had a plant here manufacturing. They made washers, dryers, refrigerators, TVs, radio. I mean, everything, RCA, GE, engines, whatever. If you bought something, my uncle worked, lots of family. Uncle was there 40 years, other than 50 years, whatever. they'd give us shit for, because they work there, they get a big discount. Radios, TVs, boom boxes, whatever, their version of a Walkman. Everything they made. My dad still had the dryer that he got from my uncle in like 1974, like last year, and he gave it to my cousin who still has it. It still works. It's puke green, but it still works. Old brown refrigerator we had. Another relative has it from 1973, 4. Still works. You can't make money if you make shit that lasts forever.
Well, the craziest thing is we were talking about how advanced our technology was in the early 50s from possibly back, what is it called, reverse engineering, maybe crashed spaceships or alien technology. We came out with fiber optics from NASA. We came out with memory foam. We came out with a lot of different things all of a sudden. And I just felt like our technology and our production just got worse over time. It's like we were looking at the people that built the Great Pyramids, and then we looked at all the shitty pyramids that they built after that and tried to accredit them all to the same people. It's just like, okay, when did we either stop caring or just start building things worse for no reason? I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, when money came into the picture, rather than quality of life and trying to create something that actually works. When people realize that, oh, I can make money if I do this, then I'm going to do this, and this. So it's like, sometimes that's not really the best way to do things. It's not about the money.
Yeah, but how do we convince people it's not about the money? If it's not about, as long as money is power, I think that's going to be always corrupting.
So what you do then is you step outside of the system and look at a solution to it, which we have and we're not using. It's Bitcoin.
Why is it always the talking point that you have to call somebody a socialist or a communist? Do you think they're is that like the new Nazi word? I know it was in the 60s. It was like the communist aggression. Is the socialist and communist thing like the same? We just don't call them fascist, Nazi. It's all, now it's communist, socialist. Is that the new term?
It's that idea of trying to offend people by putting them into a box. And then
I have no idea.
You're trying to be offended from getting put into a box. You're trying to classify yourself and put yourself in your own box, like that you approve of. Like, humans are really weird about this by nature. They don't want to be put in a box by others, but they would love to create their own community.
Jacob,
chamber.
I think Boss Man would be good at debating Bolin, like left versus right.
Bolin doesn't know politics, so I don't think.
No, but I'm saying he watches enough left-wing TV to debate Boss Man. Talking points.
If Boss Man just wanted to talk about celebrities that are in politics, I think he would have a good conversation with Bolin. But I don't think Bolin knows anything about politics.
I'm just thinking for future shows. My bad.
Oh no, well, for sure, Boss Man. If he can get on and do a show with Kenny Bolin, by all means, do that. But to pitch that idea to me, when you know that Kenny Bolin won't talk to me, and I personally know he doesn't know how to talk politics, I wouldn't.
Now, he is right. Bernie Sanders does describe himself as a socialist Democrat, but that's no different than the Democratic Party in Germany. That's what they are. It's not like this. It's not Bernie Sanders. I don't believe is Mao Zedong's socialist. They're more like Germany's party.
How many societies can we point to where socialism worked?
None.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Actually, there are a few.
There are a few
that are still around.
They're still around. Yeah. You have pretty socialistic measures in a lot of European countries at the moment.
That's what I'm saying. It's like a democrat. It's not complete socialism like dictatorship, but they have socialism.
There are socialistic measures, but they're not like, if you look at a country like Sweden or Norway,
right. That's what I'm thinking. Right. Yeah.
you find that there are socialistic measures in these countries, but they are at their fundamental level capitalistic countries.
Right.
But,
they want to make money, but there's a combination of like there's balance. That's what I say, balance. To me, anyway. Me personally, Europe does it better than we do. Not saying that it's not perfect. Nobody's perfect, but we as Americans should adapt some of that European idea of how they handle problems, societal, whether it's drugs or sex and rock and roll and homelessness and pollution and whatever. I'm not saying we got to be Johnny Save the Planet or whatever, but we should take some of their ideas and meld them with ours. That's what made America great. I didn't want to say great again, but that's what made America great, was the idea of a blending, a melting pot. We are a nation of immigrants. We can all come together to agree to disagree. But when some shit hits the fan, we're going to stand together. We're going to find a solution. Not everybody's going to agree, but you'll have your voice to disagree.
John, I've got a question for you. What political party does Zeta Reticuli belong to?
They are apolitical.
Are you sure about that? I didn't ask you, Michael. I asked John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. But I guess John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt is your name too. Yeah.
It is.
All our names.
Yeah.
I did change it to Michael Finnegan earlier. Just to...
Of course, my actual last name is Schmidt, though, so Schmidt is the surname.
Holy shit.
I don't have to give the old or is it Smith in any other English translation, I guess. We were blacksmiths somewhere along the way.
Whatever they changed it to at Elks Island.
Some of the wealthiest countries in the world have actually some socialistic.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Boss man's talking like white ring news talking points of any kind of socialism was bad. Well, guess what? The military, the police, the fire department, the roads,
social security,
yeah. Your pension if you work for the state, like your mom might work for the state government, the county clerk's office, the DMV, the Census Bureau, the Department of Treasury, Commerce, etc., etc. Every bit of the federal government is socialism. Don't they all get the same days off, right? Correct me if I'm right. I mean, except for security, But if you work for the government, you're off on all the same holidays, all the same days. You pretty much get the same shit.
So back to the socialism idea. I think
I'm moving to Ireland, you guys. So.
But socialism is broken down by how you describe socialism. I think you can have socialist ideas like that work out well. I don't think taxing people for a service that they want is socialism. Like when you're talking about police, fire, Social Security, those are all things you pay into. If you were just receiving them and you didn't know where your tax dollars were going, and they were also going into the people that were writing said bills.
Right. Free money is socialist, not shit you actually pay for.
Right. When you think about Andrew Yang taxing society and giving people $1,000 a week to live off of, that's more of a socialist idea to me.
Right.
Than, because I don't know how the money's being spent. I do know where it's going, but I don't know how it's being spent.
Isn't
kind of more capitalistic, right?
Complex socialist then? Aren't we? Isn't the military industrial complex socialist then? I mean, aren't we?
Of course. They get more and more grants, and then there's never we're going to hold out on the military for funding. They'll hold out for Social Security or roads or, water and clean air, but they won't never once has the government been in lockdown or shutdown for military spending. Not once. It was never close.
Why is it that college recruiters are not allowed to offer money to an athlete, but a military industrial complex or like the army or anything can offer you a sign-on bonus, why are they allowed to bribe you for a future career, but a
Terry wants
college
to answer
or an
that.
institution like that isn't allowed to?
Actually, I had a question, and my question is this: if you give everyone, let's say, $1,000 a week to live on, $1,000 a week for a year for however many years, sake of conversation, let's say 10 years, $1,000 a week for 10 years. Here you go, spend it. Okay, everyone gets that. Everyone gets that. My question is this: how do you keep the relative price of everything that everyone would want to buy, including cars, houses, home, security, roads, bridges, food, obviously, whatever.
Consumption tax, whatever you buy, they tax you.
You can
And
only
how do you control it?
you can
And how do
only
you
try
control
to.
those prices? If you're giving everyone an equal allowance.
I'd say prior to what's gone on recently, you used to only be able to do items that would be considered WIC approved when you're talking about food items, like milk, eggs, cheese. Um, if you look at the recent changes in prices in milk, eggs, and cheese at almost like a 500% increase, it shows you that there is no way of stabilizing it. If you were to raise the minimum wage by $10, if you were to give people an advance on money, cost of living would always go up in accordance. There's no safe guarantee where they can keep prices locked at something else unless you have a prior agreement with a company. Like maybe you have like a gas card that you bought, and maybe you can have gas at that price because you bought a card. Like that's a prior agreement that has nothing to do with the raising of the cost of living in association with how much people have to spend. Cost of living is always going to have to go up if people have more to spend, especially when the value of the U.S. dollar has no actual value or meaning.
Well, wait a minute. So you're telling me that private, corporate, and Mr. McIntosh might get a kick out of this one. So this is more sarcasm, just for people who don't understand sarcasm. So you're telling me because they print more money that it makes it less valuable? But wait a minute, the government's been printing more money just on goddamn paper, not even paper, just on a computer, and go, yep, send everybody a check and raise this and lower this, all in trust with nothing to back it, like since the Federal Reserve ever existed. But now if private entities try to spend money, well, by God, we have to raise prices. So, 9.899 billion for said Tyson Farms, they just can't sacrifice that instead of 9.91 billion.
Yes, when you
What
tell,
about if we
tell
use a different currency?
when you tell
Sounds like a different currency might fix that, right? Something backed up.
Maybe like Bitcoin.
We would have to rebuild our currency. 100% certain we would have to rebuild our currency. But when it gets to a point in society where a U.S. president can't audit what's going on in Fort Knox, in order to know what's being stored there, what's being kept there.
Now, since I'm from this area, Trump sent Mnuchin, the Secretary of the Treasury at the time, him and somebody else, Mitch McConnell, met him there because it was on the local news. But McConnell didn't even get to go inside with Mnuchin. Another guy, Mnuchin, says, "Yeah, it's all there."
Well, no. And what is giving a president a tour and having an actual audit of a building anywhere similar? Yeah, I guarantee they walked him through and they saw gold there.
Showed him
gold there,
yeah.
Just to see who it belongs to. But my thing is like that shows you, like the way we were talking about before, the miscommunication in these alphabet agencies. Like if you have this many things where even the highest office can't know what's going on in their own country in certain facilities, where are we at? Like what information can be kept? We started this conversation with UFOs. If we can't even know what's going on with our own money, if a president can't know what's going on with their own money in their own country, like at what point do we go, oh yeah,
Right, exactly. So that means the money don't mean shit. There ain't no gold. It's an illusion.
There's no gold in Fort Knox anyway.
Oh, I'm not saying there's not gold, but there's not the amount they say there is.
Yeah, I think we're watching other people's gold.
Right. Which is a great place to store it. It's well protected.
Well, here's my question. Are the aliens from the Zeta Reticuli here to get that gold?
Yeah, because
what do we have to do as a country, as a nation, as a world to protect ourselves to keep that gold from the Zeta Reticuli taking it for themselves?
Well, I believe they won't take it. They're going to.
Let me help you one more, Terry. Because we need to bow down to our original rulers, the Anunnaki. We are getting this.
That's true. The Anunnaki did love gold.
This
gold needs to be ground up so that we can give it to our masters, the Anunnaki, so they can put it in their atmosphere. We can't let the Zeta Reticuli get it.
That's true.
That we're created in their image.
Well, y'all have fun doing that.
Of the Anunnaki, and we need to be subservient. And
y'all have fun doing that. I'm going to be on my property in the middle of nowhere, not being part of any of it.
And the man will just, eat your head off, right?
Well, yeah, they suck your brain out first, Terry, so you don't have to worry about it,
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we do the same thing.
It's like Starship Troopers, right?
God damn it. You guys out crazy
No, but isn't that crazy that like Jacob, no, on all seriousness, Jacob was saying about the Anunnaki, they were obsessed with gold. There's other theories that other extraterrestrials, they're obsessed with mining the planet, and they're seeing out west. The reason they're out west in New Mexico, Nevada, etc., is because that's where which makes sense. That's where the gold and silver was in high deposits.
Well, that's how I originally asked the religious question, was because we have heard stories from like Zachariah Sitchin, and I mean Zachariah Sitchin I think has been kind of debunked over time. He does have an interesting story, and I do think he talks about the Sumerians in an interesting way. But I think when people take into the Sumerian idea of, okay, is it possible that a species or a higher race of beings came down to this planet and advanced a set of beings on this planet and created them in their image and all of these other things, and created basically a slave race to mine for them? Is it possible that we evolved to a more advanced state where we are at now, and we would think of those people as gods? Like we would say, oh, our gods created us in their image. We were put here by them. We were made from clay, and like that's exactly what the Sumerian text and some people's interpretation says, is that.
Well, now
just like God's words, and this is an older text than God's words.
Think of the properties of gold and what you can actually do with gold. It conducts electricity. So what is electricity? Well, electricity is magic.
Have a good evening, Mud Rabbit.
Now, also with the whole idea of gold and the Anunnaki or whatever, as far as conquering, there are gods. When the Pilgrims came over, didn't the natives here think of them as they were gods because they had never seen anything like this before?
Well, depending on your Native Americans, some Native Americans thought their gods came from underground. I guess it depends on what Native Americans you're referring to.
Because I think the ones who actually interacted with the Pilgrims called them the saints or the angels, or basically whatever the translation at the time for the saints, the angels.
Are you sure that's not propaganda from the conquerors? Those who win the war write the history. So
no. I mean, this goes back to the Powhatan tribe, the real Pocahontas Powhatan.
They're primitive. Oh, right. They thought of them as gods. Well, how
see how the Pilgrims weren't talking about Roanoke?
So low like that.
I mean, yeah, I could see that too. Not totally.
I see what you're saying, Terry. Because you don't hear the Pilgrims talking about Roanoke when they all got slaughtered and taken away by the Native Americans, but you do hear about, oh, look at these awesome people coming to our shores, and
they got
how we
taken
think
because
about Thanksgiving now.
they had
Like,
They must be here for
gunpowder.
positive
It's
purposes.
that simple.
Thanksgiving has been so whitewashed.
Gunpowder versus bow and arrow.
Well, the
That's so
idea of the
racist.
turkey, the only thing they have
And they
true
were
is that the idea was the
welcoming.
turkey was going to be our national
Here, let's
bird.
be neighbors. No, the conqueror comes in.
You guys are so racist against colonialists.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's those damn Nordics, Michael.
Yeah,
If you want to
damn
call
New
me
Englanders.
racist because I hate white people, that's fine.
I'm Irish.
Yeah, he's Irish. He's been oppressed as well.
I'm probably European and Native American in my lineage.
Yeah, I'm Irish as well. We're AKA the oppressed people of Europe.
Well, I'm only ethnically half Irish, but not as far as nationality. I'm considered Irish because both of my parents are from Ireland, but their ethnicity is not completely.
Yeah, you're
Irish
French.
either.
That's what's wrong with him. He's French, Jacob.
Part Anglo-American, so like actual New England, Virginia.
He's French. Why does he have so much problems with Canadians?
I know the guy hates Canadians, but he's French. They're well, Montreal and all that. They do hate the English, so.
Montreal is really interesting. It's actually really quite Irish, but the people there are descended from Irish immigrants.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It's just known as the French, area.
I got one final wrap-up question I have for everybody.
All right.
So, off of everything we're talking about tonight, I want everybody's opinion on what do you think if you had to make your own educated guess. Of course, there's no right answers or wrong answers. If you had to make your own educated guess, do you think publicly we should be worried about what's going on with the UFO things right now? Should we be paying attention to it? Or should we be watching everything and seeing if it's a distraction? Like, where do you fall in general? If your mind was changed tonight, feel free to let us know. Or if you learned anything new tonight, feel free to let us know. But do you feel like we're being distracted, or do you feel like it's all something we should be watching? Well, we'll go in order. We'll go clockwise here. We'll start with Terry and down to Michael, and we'll finish up with Chris.
Okay, so let me see here. The question is, where are we going with this, and are people paying attention? And
should we be paying attention?
What's that?
And should we be paying attention to this?
Yeah, should we be paying attention? Let's start there. Yes, because obviously it's real. It's real because we know it's real because it's been verified by not just people on TV, spokespeople, talking heads. No, real verifiable eyewitnesses, or at the very least, the people, the talking heads on the televisions are saying, yes, it's been backed up by real civilians. And there we go. Should we be paying attention to it? Yes, because, well, seems it's on the major networks. Not only the major networks, but the independents as well. So there's obviously something going on here. What it is, where it's coming from, where it's going, it's only speculation from here. Is it part of a grand plan, a grander story, a worldwide plan? Well, yeah, it is worldwide because it's been over several continents. Should we be paying attention to it? Yes. Is everyone paying attention to it? No. What are they paying attention to? I don't know. Maybe what's on their screen right in front of them. What's the next distraction? What's the next news story? What's going on around the world? What's going on right there in your own home? What do you need to worry about? What you need to take care of yourself? just another news story, just not something to talk about. Um, I don't know. Is it the first time balloons have been over America? Gosh, didn't they come over even a long time ago? It's not a new technology. It's you go back to when Napoleon times. You have balloons used back then. Who knows? Does that answer your question?
That's your answer, and it's a good answer.
Yeah,
I understand where you're coming from more about it.
yeah,
You're still wondering more about it, and you're still open to at least hear more about it until you can make a definitive answer.
right. Yeah, yeah.
So
I
what do
only
you-
know what I see on TV and what I see on the internet until I get to experience it myself.
So would you end it with pay attention to it, but don't put too much faith into it, or question everything, or how do you think you would define it?
Definitely see where it goes. I mean, you take your smartphone, for example, and try to show that to someone even just 15 years ago, and they would think that it's alien technology. Well, who knows where we're going with this? Who knows where this technology is going to take us? I mean, again, I say, what if you can actually go physically up there in that balloon as a tourism industry and just look over all of creation, and it's done peacefully as a tourism industry, just like an airplane, only
Until
you're
you
up
get hit by
higher.
a missile.
Right, right. So you really do have to wonder, was it shot down because, hey, that test is done, it's over. It's now over a place that it's not going to harm anyone over the ocean, and there we go. So we got our study. Now we can go build these big dirigibles or blimps or balloons or whatever, and start putting people up in there. We found out they could control the speed or the direction. I believe that was somewhat confirmed. Was it or wasn't it? I'd like to know that because if
Never
that
heard
is
that was.
confirmed, I would say, yeah, why not? Tourism industry.
If you
That
shoot a
could be
missile, hey, if you
very
shoot a missile at something, it'll give you airspeed, nautical position, GPS, locked on target data. I know that for sure.
Right.
Just from prior naval knowledge.
Well, if
Yeah.
Bluebeam is really looking at, or whatever the current form of Bluebeam is really looking into these things flying overhead, no matter what their classification may be. I would hope they'd have a good analysis of something before they just shot it down over people's heads or wasted a large amount of military money to shoot something down.
I mean, you're obviously
Look at it
talking
too.
about international flights on a totally different scale now.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you call other countries through diplomatic lines and go, look, is this your all's balloon? Because we're going to shoot it down. But if it's yours, we won't.
Yeah. I mean, Greta
I mean,
Thunberg's
you
probably
take
pissed.
it.
I think they pull
You
out
take a
bow and
listen to
arrows with
this.
it.
Take
But
a
don't you
listen
think-
to this.
don't you
We
think that,
know
Terry?
that these things were the size of multiple buses. So how many people can you fit on that when they're up there? So you're not only talking one size of one airplane. You're now talking several sizes of several airplanes, all in one thing. So how many people could that fit? So yeah.
So what do you got for us, Michael? What do you think? You think we're paying too much attention to these things? Do you think it's something we should worry about? Where do you think we go from here? We just pay more attention to it, or
I don't think there's anything to worry about. Pretty much ever. I think that worry is unnecessary when it comes to anything, frankly. But think it's definitely an interesting subject, and I think that we will know more about it in time. And it's got nothing to do with political parties or governments or any of that stuff. It has to do with something much superior, far superior to any of that stuff. And it will take time for the truth of it to come out. And I think that has to do a lot with humanity itself and the condition that humanity finds itself in. Beings higher than ourselves will not want to disclose their presence to us until we continue to try to improve ourselves and change the way we do things as a species, not just as a country or political party or whatever we're part of. It has to do with the human species and our attitude towards each other. And as long as we try to continue moving forward and making progress as a planetary species, we will gradually collectively come to know more about this stuff. Some of us might know more than others. I think some do. And some of us don't. But eventually we'll all have about the same amount of knowledge of this stuff, I think. And some of us have been probably privy to a great deal of it, and it's the responsibility of those people, whoever you are, to try to help the rest of us come along further as far as learning. And that's really what it's about, is about learning and growing. That's
Michael, what do you think it'll take to get society to have this mass conclusion about kind of what's going on, and what will it take to get the public to that point where we're not all at different levels about what we believe, and it's not all puzzle pieces everywhere? What is it going to take to get society to understand it more? Is it just people looking into it more and sharing the info, or is it something big needs to happen?
Well, I think we need to realize that we are being divided and we are being conquered, really, by the things that we feed into, and we don't have to let that happen. We don't have to be political. We don't have to be nationalistic. We don't have to be racist. We don't have to sexist, whatever there is. We're all just humans. And my experience, as I've gone into in the past with these beings that I've encountered since I was a small child, is that they're afraid of us. Humans are scary, and they don't necessarily want to make themselves known to us because, we're terrifying to them, most of us. Some of us aren't, and those are the ones that they tend to find and start the gradual disclosure of their existence to.
So basically, the human race is just a bunch of rats, and we're a disease or a plague upon the rest of the galaxy.
Well, no, I mean, we have
Not necessarily. No.
immense potential.
Don't think so.
We have immense potential.
I kind of agree with what you're saying, Michael. I've always thought that like other species looking down at us, I think they think we're more wild and unpredictable. They don't want to see us messing with nuclear weapons and destroying the planet. They consider us more unpredictable. And yes, they apparently do find good seeds. If they look into people long enough, they will find good people out there. But it's just like it's probably far and in between to them when they're looking at a mass populace, and they see in people distracted by war and money and greed and all these other things that they would just consider humans just to be unpredictable and kind of wild.
and quite violent.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not the ones that I've encountered are very non-violent. I know people have had recounted experiences of being terrified and this kind of thing, but if you really examine it, you'll find that they are completely non-violent experiences. You might react a certain way to them, but there's no violence towards human beings involved in these encounters, and it's indicative of the fact that they're the species that we're mostly encountering are very peaceful, and they're basically just scared of us, and they won't let themselves be known, let their existence be known to all of us unless we sort of de-escalate a little bit, or a lot actually, than the way that we're doing things. And,
Now, do you think that? Now, I'm gonna elaborate on that. Do you think that's not just like the whole world, because you can't collectively put everybody in the same basket, but do you think that's if they look at all the conflicts, the Middle East has been fighting for thousands of years, certain areas of the world, just slavery, rape, just horrible shit that's been going on forever. Do you think that's why they're cautious?
Well, and I also don't think they recognize our classifications of like the United States, the Middle East. They look at the human race as a race of people.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But like certain areas of the world, they're not looking at it as a country or racial thing. Just that they see that, like, they got reconnaissance, they got info. They're an advanced species. They go, that person, thousands of people just go die because they want to like kill this other group because like 600 years ago, the one tribe said it was one way and the other tribe said no, it wasn't, and they've been fighting forever in the Middle East. And before that, it was other shit.
John, two thoughts. First, how trepidatious many people are towards the phrase "New World Order." That being said, the second thought is this. Let's say, for the sake of this conversation, that the universe is real and the Zeta Reticuli are real and they're peaceful. How can you connect the universe before you connect the world? I'll leave that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. You have to have, and I don't think, just like when we were talking about Russia and the Ukraine, I don't think they would look down at a warring civilization and be like, oh, I wonder what side's right. I don't think they care. I think they
Right.
go, why are these people fighting?
Exactly. Why are they fighting? And then you look at the base reason of any conflict. It's always one group wants to hurt the other to take land or a position or oil or resources or money or revenge, or the other side, or they just hate each other.
So
and
how
have
do you
forever.
stop the fighting but still be able to defend yourself should a hostile force present itself?
Okay, what you do is you get a bunch of what we know as UFOs.
Human nature,
Yeah, that's the
it's
the real
just
question.
recycling itself.
That's the real question: is can you stop what occurs in human nature? Because that
No.
seems to be the root of the problem. The animalistic nature of humans to solve their conflicts by battling.
Maybe if we evolve as a species over time, it's possible.
Well,
Like
we need to eliminate the reasons why conflicts happen.
There you go. That's true. If there's no opportunity for theft and greed and bullshit, then there won't be any bullshit. Like the old hood saying, Jacob, won't be no drama if you don't start no drama.
Yeah, but I think.
Well, I mean, even like the causes.
Even if you eliminate money or currency or anything else, I think humans will place something else at value, whether it's sex, whether it's...
Well, we are a tribal species, no doubt.
Yeah, we always put something else as a value system when we're doing that. Okay, what does a woman find more attractive? Do you want a somebody that can protect you and make you feel more secure? Is that done by money or is it done by physical prowess?
Right.
What makes relationships work as humans?
So what you're saying is we're fucked no matter which way we go because there's always going to be wars and always going to be conflict. It's just a matter of how bad or whatever they get.
Think about some of the wars that went on in ancient Roman times when they said they had battles over women. Like
That's
they
true.
had full conflicts over women. I mean, that shows you how
Hey, because the wrong person married the wrong king or queen. Yeah.
Yeah. It shows you
I
how
was this past weekend at the local downtown bar, you know. Hey.
Well, yeah. I mean, Terry was there with another guy's wife. He had to drop kick him, put him in the DDT, but he did what he could.
Every night.
But yeah, so I mean, like we say, there is no perfect solution, but it's just the idea, the thought that we can evolve past it to where we're like, if there is a fight, it's because there is just a bad egg or a violent entity or something that we can all agree to like defend against. It's just, it's not even. It's like, I don't know. It's just I guess it's just a hippy dippy thought that we can't we all just get along, as Rodney King said?
I think there's baby steps that we could take that would actually get other civilizations to talk to us if they are truly out there. If they're truly out there, I think the baby steps we could take is, all right, let's not be destroying our planet in the process of trying to advance as a species.
That's
if we
true.
All agree on something like, all right, let's make it so we can still live on this planet in 100 years or 200
Exactly.
or from now on. Like,
but see, people don't think about that. They go, well, fuck it, I'm gonna die anyway. I don't give a fuck.
Well, just like Bossman was saying earlier, it was just like, yeah, okay, if we do have this idea that aliens were shutting down nuclear facilities, and most people have given the analogy today that when it comes to nuclear facilities, we're all ankle deep in fucking gasoline and flicking matches at each other. That's
right.
How deep we are with nuclear war. And
right. It's so stupid. It's stupid. No,
yeah.
Einstein said nobody wins in a nuclear war. You know how? I know how World War III will be fought. You know how World War IV will be fought? With sticks and stones.
Because they're going to restart.
Right.
Have you guys heard of Bitcoin?
Yes.
Well, he thinks Bitcoin's going to save us, so I mean, it's worth a chance.
Saying, Michael, even if money's taken out of the equation, does it still stop the greed of other things?
It's a huge factor.
Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If you get rid of the greed, that eliminates, let's just say 80% as a conservative effort.
Not even kind of. So then you have to get rid of borders. Then no,
not borders. You just get rid of the idea that me and you don't have to worry. Your kid won't have to worry about not having a meal ever. They won't have to worry about not having power, water, clean air, whatever, ever.
Because every civilization has a person of power in their civilization, and that alone is considered a status symbol. If you are the leader of a country, that would be a status symbol.
Now,
hold on. Leader of anything.
Now, what if it was like the way George Washington and those guys wanted it to be, where it was now, it never happened, of course, because power corrupts. But what the idea back in the day was that, like, okay, us four, we're going to run we all live in Jacobstown. We're all going to run Jacobstown as the deciding committee for like 2 or 4 years. Every 2 or 4 years, there'd be 4 different people rotated in and out. Nobody could ever be a career politician. You could never get it again. It was just a rotation of people. So there would always be a balance for the common good. But that never happened.
That works for 2 of the 3 branches out of our judicial system, and our branches of government. Not just our judicial.
Well, yeah, exactly. Mitch McConnell has been a senator since I've been in grade school.
With as many people as there are on this planet now, why do we have so very few representatives? It's absolutely ridiculous.
Amen.
Absolutely ridiculous.
And why do we have 6 companies that control all the TV, radio, internet, etc.?
Preach.
And those 6 companies have subsidiaries who control all the corporate restaurants, all the gas stations, all of the medical, all the pharma, all of the blah blah blah, the blah blah
Right.
blah, and the blah, your clothes, your
You
shoes,
talk about
everything.
Black Water or any of these other companies, like going back to the NWO, it's like when you think of these powers that just overrun everything. I think Putin's a great example of somebody who will take some time off just so he can be ruler again. He'll put somebody else in place while he's off, and then come back and be ruler again. Then take the allotted time off, and then he'll come back and be ruler again. Like that's
Yes, I pretend to go away sometime, my friend.
Of people just exploiting that office. Like humans are corrupt by nature. I couldn't imagine everybody taking a step back and not wanting to be in power in any way, shape, or form, or being in charge of decisions.
Jacob, you do it like jury duty. People they'd be like, fuck, I don't want to be on deciding government. People are going to care what I think. So everybody would have to do the right thing because nobody wants to do jury duty unless you work for a company that pays you your regular money. And you're like, well, fuck, I'll get out of work and just go down there and fuck around.
No, you just gave me a prime example of human characteristics. So then
there you go. That's what I'm saying, though. Treat it like jury duty to where people would have to care because they would be scrutinized.
You don't want to treat it. You don't want to. This is why. Hold on 1 second. This is why you don't want to treat it like jury duty, Chris, is because you'll have somebody step up and say, hey, you guys don't want to do it. Well, I'm going to step in this position and I'm going to do it for you. So you guys don't have to go serve.
Yeah, I get that, but you're only going to be there for a short time, so you can't really change shit in the long run. Not like 30 and 40-year politicians.
If you can convince society to not want to do jury duty anymore, they'll eventually change their vote and say, hey, I'd rather have somebody else serve for me.
In your thought,
them with decisions.
I have a question as well. In your thought form, is a jury foreman still elected? And if so, how?
I mean, I guess you could, and I'm not going to.
They have, you know.
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go the old 2 wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner, known as democracy. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do majority rule. So there would have to be balance. I'm just saying the idea. I'm not saying it's exactly like jury duty, but the idea of random people, random citizens are voted in, and they are scrutinized. So if you get paid off by Nike or BP, people are going to know because your life is going to be scrutinized. Sorry, it's the way it is. It's the only way you can keep people honest. It's like jury duty for politics. I mean, other than that, how can you get rid of corruption? Because you don't know what people are doing. You have to take them on their word. Honestly, I mean, we talk about like this, like Mr. McIntosh has Bitcoin. We'll get rid of the greed because everybody's taken care of, whatever. And Jacob says, what'd you say? You said, well, that doesn't give away from human nature of who's going to make the choices and who's going to have the stature.
Well, no. I just think greed will go to another source, whether it's power of position or whether it's power of attraction when it comes to sexual prowess. Like, okay, I'm going to be more attractive members of society will be.
Okay, so Jacob Waters is going to have all the bitches, is what he's saying. He's going to be like,
no. What I'm saying is it comes down to whatever is valued in society. No, I know what you're saying. I know you're I was just saying that it's whatever is valued, and we put value as humans. We put value in
whatever. Like if there isn't money, we will just make something else of value.
And that's true, CM. I kind of agree with CM. He said the ones with power will not give up that power. I do think it'll take a long period of time to do it, and that's why
they will die off or they will be taken out.
That's why I said a baby step in society is just being like, all right, maybe we don't all have to agree with each other, but let's start with, okay, let's not destroy the planet we're on. If we want
now, Mr. McIntosh is French, like he said.
Blowing shit up at the same time.
Well, Mr. McIntosh is French. What day is that? Yeah. June. What day? What do they call that day in June when they beheaded everybody? Bastille Day?
Bastille Day, July 14th.
I mean, there could always be allegedly, there could always be another one of those, Jacob. We can get rid of the people in power, CM. I'm just saying.
Sure. Why not?
And start fresh. I mean.
Yeah. No, you're right, CM. They have a chain of command. Somebody else is going to fill that position, and all these countries have that.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that, but Bastille Day.
Trying to cut the head off the snake. 2 more are going to pop up. And
Right.
it's the same idea of you're basically repeating the same idea of George Bush going and being like, all right, we gotta kill whatever power is in the Middle East right now. And then 2 more spring heads.
Oh
and
well,
then 2 more spring heads.
it's yeah. Well, that's a tribal
ISIS
society, and I mean, come on.
It's just an endless battle of a power.
Right.
Structure.
I get that. But I'm just saying, we know who's got the money and the power, and they're protected by people who don't get paid a whole lot.
Right.
I'm just saying they. Well, I'm not going to say any more about that, but allegedly, whatever. On to other things.
Closing statements, Chris. What do you got? What do you think people should take away from what's going on with UFO?
To get back to the UFO, because everybody else got the UFO question.
Yeah.
Is it a distraction? Is it real? Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'm in the middle on all of it. I guess that makes me a libertarian centrist. I don't know. Independent, whatever. But I'm not smart enough or I can't even possibly comprehend what is actually going on. And most people can't. If they tell you they can, they might have some idea, or they're just out of their mind. But in general, I think could it be real? It has about as much chance of being real as it does not being real. Could it be Project Bluebeam and it's a hologram or whatever with the UFO stuff, at least? And the train derailments. There's always a distraction. Could the UFO be part of the distractions with the derailments and the Ukraine, and there's something else going on? Who knows? It's just, I'm just kind of like dumbfounded, honestly. It's just, I don't believe strongly in either thing. I think there was probably some hobbyist balloons that got shot. And there was probably some weather, whatever they want to call them, balloons were shot as well. But then the one they didn't find over Huron that allegedly moved at speeds they hadn't seen. Could it be somebody's drone or out of this world? Well, they probably ain't shooting anything down that's not from this world.
I hope
as we know it. So, I mean, I'm just kind of in the middle. Honestly,
Chris, I was going to say, I hope there's at least 3 that they put in the sky that were.
Yeah, exactly. I hope there was something up there at least besides what we saw.
Led Zeppelin replicas that they put in the sky just to get shot down.
I mean, at least play the Immigrant Song or In My Time of Dying or Dazed and Confused or something. I mean, come on. Or Kashmir. Come on. If the actual Led Zeppelin is floating over and we're going to shoot it down, shouldn't it be dun dun dun, and then we shoot it? I mean, come on. It would only be appropriate, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, I mean, really, I kind of think it's more of like a hoax. I know that I believe that aliens and UFOs are real, but when I start seeing it on CNN and Yahoo, then it's like, oh, then the government and the secretary would not say that whether blah blah. Then I'm going, wait a minute, why is he saying that? So, yes, they are real. Are the ones we're seeing and all this bullshit? Probably not. I want to give it 50-50. Maybe not. But yeah, most likely, they never tell us the truth. They didn't tell us the truth at Roswell. They didn't tell us the truth with both Kennedys, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, John Lennon, Ronald Reagan, when he wasn't killed, but he was shot, while his relatives were having dinner with the Bushes at the same time, who was the vice president, magically, etc., etc. So, why believe him now when I shouldn't have believed him before? So I'll just go, no, I don't believe him. But could it be some real, some fake? Sure. That's it. Jacob?
I think that's a fair assessment. I think that's a pretty fair assessment. I mean, I think that's where most people fall. I personally think that there's a level of distraction that's going on, and I think what we've recently seen in politics, I think, is a good thing. I think we should question what we're watching in media. I think
Oh,
we
and
should.
before I forget, Jacob, remember they gave the Indians smallpox. They gave the Tuskegee Black Airmen what 70 years ago, 75 years ago. They gave them, or the Tuskegee experiments. They gave them syphilis, not the airmen, my bad. But they gave black people syphilis. They gave Indians smallpox blankets. They MK Ultra. They gave Whitey Bulger, Charles Manson, the Unabomber, et cetera, mass doses of hallucinogens while fucking Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was a professor at Michigan and when he was a student at Harvard. And then he all of a sudden flips out. I mean, Timothy Leary, the acid hippie guy, was a CIA operative, Operation Northwoods, Project Blue Book. Look at all, like Mr. McIntosh says, do we really trust, I mean, come on. I'm just naming like 10 projects out of fucking 5,000.
So I gotta jump in on one of those. I liked all of the later ones, but the first one you opened up with is the one that I would disagree with.
What?
I don't think we intentionally gave smallpox to the Indians. I think we were dumb and didn't understand the transfer of virus.
I guess. Okay, that one. Yeah. Okay.
I don't give the Pilgrims that much fucking credit that they understand how.
No, not the Pilgrims. I'm talking like the Indians later on.
I don't think anybody
Trail of Tears
in the beginning of the U.S. was that advanced where they knew how to give out viruses.
Okay, I mean, but okay, yeah, I get okay.
All of the other the Tuskegee experiment stuff like that. That was
fun. Yeah, MK Ultra. Okay, another one.
And then they wonder why some people in society are more hesitant to take government mandated treatments. Like if it's government, like prior to anything going on recently with like a recent virus going around or illness going around or pandemic, prior to that there was a big uprise in anti-vaxxers, and they were talking about their kids and stuff like that on the internet.
Yeah, Jenny McCarthy was one of them.
I'm a natural person. I don't want to vaccinate my kid against polio and a lot of the vaccines that we've had for a long time. And it's this stemming distrust that's been seeded in media, the government, and the cover-ups behind it that we don't want to acknowledge. It's very rare when you get somebody like Bill Clinton or somebody else to even publicly acknowledge these things. Like, consider how much horrible shit must have been going on for Bill Clinton to be like, oh, I can talk about this. And I can tell people about this. Public.
Yeah, Roswell. If they did get aliens, they didn't tell me.
Well, it did. I mean, yeah, like the joking side of it. But when he came out publicly about MK Ultra, and he apologized to the victims involved, just think about how much other severe things were going on. If he was
exactly what was going on while he was doing that, they were doing that was worse or something they wanted to hide.
Exactly. That was their softball pitch to the public.
Yeah, just like the Kennedy declassification, even though they didn't really declassify anything that mattered.
Yeah, and if you think about the way that this
George Bush's name being on there for one,
been going on for the last 4 years, I think the last 4 years is when this UFO thing's been going on, and it is a trickle release.
Yeah, well, 2017 is when the tic-tac-toe thing happened, and then 19, I think, is when it all like, okay, here's what happened. We don't know.
And is it weird that the public story we were talking about these people earlier? We were talking about Bill Maher, we were talking about Jon Stewart, and we were talking about Joe Rogan. Is it weird that the Tic Tac story became relevant when Joe Rogan had that?
He's got the biggest podcast in the world, and he had the guy who was a former Navy and a blah blah blah. He was on History Channel. Is he the disinformation guy? Really?
Yeah. Did he have him on for that purpose so that we would watch?
I don't think Joe would intentionally. Personally,
I don't think Joe. I don't. It doesn't mean I think somebody is corrupt.
No.
I wonder why the person was put. I think Joe has an interest in those things.
Joe just wants to have people on and smoke weed and listen like you and I do.
No. I do think Joe's interested in Bigfoot. He's interested in he's had so many encounters with people in these fields that sometimes
Hey, he was the first celebrity to really talk about Alex Jones, honestly, besides Richard Linklater, the creator of Dazed and Confused and School of Rock and stuff.
What we're saying about Joe Rogan is the same thing that's happened to Alex Jones. They go, okay, how much merit do we give this guy? Okay,
none of it. None of them. It's just an opinion. It's like me or you.
What if they have a track record of getting things right? Like, we're in a world.
Well, that just means you listen to him a little more. Obviously, I'm gonna listen to Einstein a little more than Jake Hudson.
Well, we're in a strange time where the word conspiracy has evolved in front of us. Where
it has.
Not everything that we consider a conspiracy is necessarily not true.
When me and Mr. McIntosh were growing up, because I'm about his age, not far off, conspiracy was like Bigfoot, Loch Ness Monster, up next on Unsolved Mysteries, or Leonard Nimoy's In Search Of. That was conspiracy. There was very few government this or that. It was all ghost, Bigfoot, Alcatraz escape, Kennedy assassination was about the most governmental thing you had. That didn't happen until the internet got huge.
It doesn't even have to be all government things if you're thinking about our government acknowledging their interest in UFOs.
Right, I mean, UFOs are part of it, yes.
In time travel projects, or their involvement in, it just depends.
Unsolved Mysteries did cover the jumper program where you jump off the building, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very strange. Jump off what building? I don't know that one.
The jumper program, the one where you go to the top of the building and you
don't actually jump off a building.
Well, I know, but that's just the way they described it in the show. You know what I mean? It's reenactment. Yeah.
So, how I've always actually heard the jump room program described is that they actually go. There's only a few places actually where people actually describe specific addresses where you can go to go into a jump room.
Right. Well, it was like an office building in Los Angeles or something, right?
El Segundo.
Yeah.
El Segundo, California.
Yeah. I'm just saying, that was the one on Unsolved Mysteries. Whoever wrote the book initially about it, I'm sure was the one who, maybe who knows if it's real. Unsolved Mystery, the Brown County Lights and shit. All that kind of crazy shit.
Ripley, believe it or not.
Yeah, right. Leonard Nimoy In Search Of was before that. And they showed the Patterson Gimlin, Bigfoot footage, and D.B. Cooper. Was his name Dan overall or not?
On tonight, Art Bell's Coast.
Well, that too, yeah. Art Bell.
I hated that about the D.B. Cooper thing is it actually had nothing to do with his name. It wasn't even like what.
No, it was a comic book character. He just used that name.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with what was on his log. It was, I think, what they found on his briefcase.
He wrote when he got the ticket, because back then you didn't go to metal detectors. You just wrote your name. What's your name, sir? You signed in, and he wrote his name was Dan Cooper, and then the media ran with DB.
But
kind of like they say that.
No, go ahead, Michael. Sorry.
You go ahead.
Well, the media says that I said I was a time traveler or from the future.
Well, that's because it gets headlines. Man from future says he met Obama on Mars. Dude, I heard about you before I met Jacob. We're talking years ago. Whatever year you came out with that shit, I heard about it. I was in the Art Bell community. I'm going back to the message boards, all right? We're going to the Dreamland. We're going to the, old school shit. We're talking the 90s. I'm way back.
I didn't start talking about that stuff until 2018.
I thought you were back in 2012 or 15 or something.
I was just a.
Well, why did I know about the guy?
Rockstar.
No, wait a minute. Are you the only guy to say you met Obama on Mars, or is there another guy?
There's some other people.
Oh, okay. I know you had said that as well. Okay, so it must have been somebody else as well before.
Barry
Okay.
Saturo seems to make his routes.
Do what?
Barry Saturo seems to make his routes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody ever
Yeah.
said they
Well,
went to
yeah.
Mars.
I heard
Nobody
that name
ever
in
said they went to
2008.
Mars
Yeah.
with Obama.
Yeah.
Anybody that says
Barry
they went
gets
to
from
Mars with Obama is lying.
Well, hey,
Mars with Obama.
I can
Well,
tell.
no,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
saying
I remember your story about that. But
Most people say Barry. They refer to him as Barry.
well,
But
and
it's
you're from
actually
Illinois,
not.
so you know that. But okay, I know a sort of famous basketball player who played in the NBA for years. You know, Obama loved the NBA, of course, and he got to meet Obama. And I've known this guy
And
since I
he
was like
loves
7 or
chicken
8.
watermelon too.
No, no,
He
I'm not talking
loves
about
chicken.
that. He just liked basketball. Come on.
And
But
chicken and
I've known
watermelon.
this guy since I went to basketball camp at like 7 or 8, and he was, I don't know, 10 years older than me or whatever. If Jacob, I'll tell you offline. If you Google him, you might remember the name without Googling. Well, anyway, played in the NBA. He said he got to meet Obama with, because he's part of like the veterans group with, whatever the hell, alumni, NBA stuff. And he was like, yeah, he said Obama talked to everybody cool, there was legends there, big names you would know. And he's like, yeah. He's like, all right, everybody, first off, everybody call me Barry.
Really?
Yeah.
Did he say that?
Yeah, no shit. I mean, and I have no reason to doubt him because he's a black dude who played in the NBA. I'll tell you offline. I'm not going to say his name online because you know how crazy fucking people are. Come on.
Dude, now I'm kind of curious though. I do want to know who it is now. But yeah, no, I mean, growing up in Illinois, like I saw what was going. Like, it's hard to explain to anybody outside, but I think me and Terry have talked about this before. Like, knowing what was going on with like Rod Blagojevich and how Obama got into his seat, and knowing what was going on.
Didn't he get? Oh, wait a minute. Blagojevich was the governor who went to jail for corruption, and then Obama got appointed by him.
No, he got appointed in by 2 other people, but it was almost like the seat opened up for him, and then some of his friends might have voted him in. And
Now, did people die like allegedly happened in the Clintons deals?
The seat happened to be sold on the way. Like there may have been some money exchanged to make that seat be open.
Allegedly, yeah,
Yeah. But I don't know.
Well, how did he get? No, wait a minute. He was a local state senator, right?
Yeah.
And then he got the U.S. senator job. How did somebody die? What happened?
Somebody was no longer in that seat.
Now, Blagojevich was the governor. What's he have to do with it?
Blagojevich went to jail and he was no longer in office.
Right.
He was acting like he was actually stepping down.
Right.
Blagojevich got in trouble when Obama left the Senate seat. Yeah, because that's when they found out about it. The corruption was going on before that, though.
So the corruption that Blagojevich was involved with was involving Obama?
Yes. And
Hold up. Why have I not heard this story?
Because it's not really public knowledge, and Blagojevich doesn't talk. Blagojevich has a book out about it.
Oh, I know. He went to prison. He's out now, right?
Not really.
Not really? Oh.
Prison, and he's still allowed to visit.
I remember he had the perfect big poofy hair. I remember Blagojevich. Blago. He was on whatever.
He got pardoned. I thought he was getting pardoned by somebody, but I don't know if it ever
Okay,
happened.
so he was governor in like 2004 when Obama was a senator.
What were you saying, Terry? Did you say?
I was just about to say that I believe Blagojevich was pardoned by Big Daddy T.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah.
Who's Big Daddy D?
I thought he was getting to get pardoned, but I wasn't sure what the outcome
By
was.
who?
Trump.
Oh, okay. He did? Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that. I do, yeah. He was on The Apprentice. Yeah.
He tried. Oh, yeah, it was Jesse Jackson Jr. That's the other person that was involved.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Obama was a local state senator. Blagojevich was the governor.
Yeah.
And he tried to sell a U.S. senator position because as a governor, if somebody dies or quits, you get to appoint a position, and he appointed Obama. That's what you're saying?
I think there was a transaction. I don't think it was really appointed. It was like highest
Right, but no, I'm saying legally a governor can appoint a U.S. senator. Jesse Ventura appointed a senator when that senator died when on the plane crash.
They were appointed because they might have been the highest bidder for said position.
Okay. So basically, some people may have influenced.
People went to jail because they were taking the highest bidder.
Okay, and Blagojevich was one of them so Blagojevich went to prison for allegedly getting Obama the position appointed as U.S. senator, which would later be the position he would need to help him create a presidential run, allegedly.
To be honest, Blagojevich's only involvement is actually because he spoke about it.
Terry wants to say something.
Oh no, he was saying you're on point with what you were saying.
Yeah, pretty much. Just
Oh, okay. I was going to say. Okay. So that was what. Okay, I got you. I mean, you're not going to get your shit taken down. We're just talking. I mean, allegedly, it's nothing. We're just speculating. Nobody's ever said that officially.
Hey, when it comes down to it, we're just asking questions,
right?
Here.
I don't know. I grew up with,
you know what? We fully invite everyone that we are talking about onto this platform to answer these questions.
Now wait a minute. Okay, and CM Gonzo said so. Basically, when Obama won the presidency in 2008, that means he was going to leave the position, and the new governor, who may have had influence in some way, could appoint it to another person. Allegedly the highest bidder.
Right.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like Louisiana, Kentucky, New Jersey, New York. You know.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. I was gonna say it sounds a lot like California, New York, and Illinois. But yes, these are regular liberal politics.
I got you.
Going on.
Well, Kentucky's old school Democrat, like Louisiana. You know.
But yeah, it's a mess, man. And all right, so I got to wrap this up, but. Bringing it back to the original topic, I think people should be paying attention to this. Don't put too much merit in it until you can make a definitive answer, at least for yourself. And kind of like what Michael said, also don't worry about it. You can't live in fear.
Don't worry about shit you can't control.
A lot of these media places want is you to live in fear about, oh, what's going to happen next? Are we going to get attacked? Because if it happens to be a psyops, they probably do want you to think you're under attack and that Big Daddy government is going to protect you. That's probably the first thing they want you to think is our big bad military is going to be able to defend you against an advanced race of beings that actually flew to this planet.
Yeah, you would think they'd be like, "Bish, we got this."
Right. When in reality, we should be able to recognize it. If you do,
motherfucker, have you seen the AEM Sidewinder railgun we created, motherfucker? DARPA made that motherfucker bad.
Right. Look how we shot down this balloon. We can handle them.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, personally, I do not represent those reviews, and I'll be hiding out my compound that I just recently purchased about 2.5 hours from any civilization. Thank you, fuck you, goodbye.
But the main thing I think we need to do to change things is honestly not put so much merit in media. And maybe actually hold the media.
Yeah, I think it's hysteria too, Jacob. Like you say, it's a lot of hysteria.
And I think all sides of the media need to be kind of held to the fire a little bit because they like that fear, they like that clickbait of what's
because you keep watching more of it. You go, well, fuck! I watched yesterday. They said I was going to die. I better check in to make sure I'm not going to die tomorrow.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what they do.
If you could be living in fear and they could tell you the next thing you're supposed to be scared of every other week, they would do it. And
Michael McIntosh remembers, Jacob and Terry might be old enough. The first Gulf War, CNN had the exclusive of all the the shit going on. They were just a spokesman for the Defense Department.
Rolling right in. Yeah.
It's like, well, we hit 7 targets. Yeah, because y'all were giving the targets with your camera.
They did it during the evening news prime time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I was a kid. I was watching it like, well, fuck, we get to watch some war on TV. Fuck Nintendo.
Yeah.
I was making one of my first albums on a 4-track recorder in a bedroom in Stone.
4-track recorder.
Yeah, 4-track.
Oh, I gotta ask. Hold on, before we go, Jacob, I gotta ask Mr. McIntosh this. What year is that Les Paul you have? That's a bad guitar.
That is a hard to find item. I'm really not sure. I think it might be like a 72 or 3. So
Okay, I was gonna say like 68 to 73 or 4 ish. Yeah,
somewhere around there. It was probably made
hey,
for like Paul McCartney or somebody.
Hey, that's a bad motherfucking guitar. Your guitar is nice. That's why I told Jacob. I was like, dude, his guitar is like, yeah.
Dude, that's one of his guitars. So I've had so many people reach out to me and say one of the best podcasts we ever did was when it was me and Michael, and we decided before the podcast, like it was just kind of random. We decided before the podcast, we're only going to talk about music this whole time. And we talked about music for like 3 hours, and that's when you pulled out the Les Paul and we're playing riff for us, and it was a good show.
Yeah.
Now, Jacob, I gotta ask this as well. Don't hate me, Jacob.
I'm about to. Where are we going?
Is Michael going to use certain recordings he may have got from another channel on an album or a song, like he said?
That was a joke I made that I told everybody about that was involved. And
I don't have that anymore.
I'm no longer associating with just basically everybody involved with that, because everybody's taking things like I get allegations put against me on a regular basis, and it's just
I just thought it was funny personally, but
I did. I thought it was a funny joke, and Michael, once he understood the joke, thought it was a funny joke. The other 2 people involved thought it was a funny joke when I told them about it. And then all of a sudden, 3 weeks later, everybody was up in arms like they didn't know what happened. I literally tell everybody about everything I'm about to do. And because if you guys would have seen Michael's original response when I shared him that recording, it was, can you give me a warning before you send me something like that? Michael's
I thought it was a funny joke when you said he was going to put it on a song.
Well,
and I said that before in the other person's chat. I was like, I just thought it was going to be funny. I mean, I don't hold any ill will either way, or either person. I just thought it was funny at the time. I thought it was just like, oh my God, that'd be funny if you hear somebody's voice on a song as the intro or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't create the video. I just shared it. I apologize to all the parties involved, and I apologize if I offended anybody. That's about all I can do. I apologize that my jokes didn't get across. I will no longer make jokes about those people or the people involved. I have no reason to talk about them or promote their work or anything else. I'm throwing my hands up and showing you how little I care.
If I somehow inadvertently offended anybody either, suck it up.
You didn't.
I don't
care.
Didn't,
Michael. You got caught in the middle of my joke. you literally got caught in the middle of my joke, and I apologize that nobody.
I thought it was real, but then I thought, no, it's just a joke. He's just playing.
I don't care if I offended people.
You didn't offend anybody.
If I offended anybody, I don't care. Suck it up. Stop being a bitch.
Yeah, Granny. Quit being a bitch, Granny.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, guys. I had fun tonight. It was a good show. And
good show.
Thank you everybody tuning in. And,
we'll do it again sometime.
Oh yeah, we gotta get a new topic. The UFO one, man, it frustrates me because I do feel like we've had this trickle exposure when it comes to flying saucers, UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, for the longest time, and now all of a sudden there's this mega dump, and I'm just like, all right, what? Come on, where are we going with this? But
hey, what about this one? What about variations of programs? Which ones do you think were implicated or not? Montauk, Ultra, Blue Book, etc. Which ones do you think are real? Which ones do you think aren't real? Not that they're not. Some aspects aren't real. As a next topic.
Oh yeah, government projects will be the next topic.
Government projects, yeah. No.
That'd be a good one. I've got a
because
few
I mean
already
Terry
know
can surely give us some 2 hours on that.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Right.
I'm just merely asking questions here, is all.
And once again, we bow to the YouTube and CIA.
Is Project
and FBI
Superman real? On the next Jacob Waters show.
Clark Kent is not real. Superman is.
Is Palestine real?
I don't know. Is it? Allegedly,
is real.
It used to be a country. I heard one time. Whether they actually get the treatment as a country, they're not recognized by the UN, are they?
You know when they dump that chemical stuff
I
in?
couldn't hear what you were saying. Maybe I'll just ask the next question. I'll just ask the next question.
Yeah.
When they
Jacob,
dump
why
that
is she
stuff
with you?
in Palestine, Ohio.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Was,
well, there's that one as well. Yeah. Isn't it funny how the name corresponds, doesn't it?
Some guy was radioing somebody else and saying, "Wrong Palestine, wrong Palestine."
True. And that is a fair point he brings up, Jacob. Isn't it funny how the name of the town in Ohio is where it happened? A place they don't exist according to certain governments and United Nations over, they're not a real country, but are they? But then they used the name of the town where this train derailed was the same name.
Well, that was the joke I made when he was talking about places that didn't exist was the idea that basically when was it the UN? It wasn't the United Nations. It was the health organization when they were talking to
the WHO or whatever,
and they were asking him about Taiwan. And all of a sudden, he acted like he couldn't hear the question, and he was gone. And it was just like, oh yeah, that's the joke. Is nobody's really actually paying attention. And then they cut to the next question. Like we're not allowed to acknowledge this place. But yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Everybody have a beautiful evening, and I'm gonna get some rest. We're at the 4-hour mark.
Fuck off, Brad.
John Jangleheimer Schmidt is
Here's the thing, Jacob. You're done. I just want to say you're a good person.
But you're done.
But you're done.